Chapter 1173. The effect of the Iron Wall divine ability overlapped with that of the Void Refinement Realm divine ability when used with the Yin Luo Jian. The Void Refinement Realm was actually a divine ability that Qin Zhizhen picked up in the fourth inner mansion. Originally, before reaching the Void Refinement Realm, Qin Zhizhen would usually use the Iron Wall divine ability to buy time for the Yin Luo Jian to evolve when he encountered a difficult enemy. After picking up the Void Refinement Realm divine ability, Qin Zhizhen developed it to a certain extent, allowing the Yin Luo Jian to materialize in the void and be in an invincible position. The protection of the Yin Luo Jian was actually better than the Iron Wall. The Iron Wall divine ability gradually became a technique that Qin Zhizhen didn't show to others easily. However, it wasn't that the Iron Wall wasn't strong. In fact, as the divine ability that Qin Zhizhen picked up in the first inner mansion, he had a particularly deep understanding of this divine ability. Just like before, he used his fist to block Beigong Ku's attack. No matter how you change, I will block with a punch. This was a part of his understanding of the Iron Wall divine ability. He first practiced the saber, then the fist, and it was difficult to find an opponent in both. After picking up the Iron Wall divine ability, his fist technique was once the best. Later on, he picked up the Void Refinement Realm divine ability, and his saber technique was once again superior. The Void Refinement Realm into the saber, and the Iron Wall into the fist. Both were not something that ordinary Tianjiao could compare to. At this moment, the Iron Wall that Qin Zhizhen summoned couldn't even be penetrated by the Killing Nail, which had the greatest killing power. There was a wave of sorrow in the Qi spectator team. It's over. At this time, who wouldn't understand that Qin Zhizhen was about to evolve to the final stage of that terrifying divine ability? Since Jiang Wang couldn't break the Iron Wall, he could only wait passively for the final result, waiting for Qin Zhizhen to appear in his peak state and end this battle. No one doubted that the true body of the Emperor of Hell, who had evolved to the final stage, wouldn't be strong enough. The two top Tianjiao on the stage had competed for many rounds for this moment. It could be seen that both sides regarded this as a victory and defeat and didn't give in to each other. Jiang Wang had the upper hand many times, but after all, Qin Zhizhen, who had 5 prefectures at the same time, had a stronger foundation and was superior. At this moment, even the blindly confident Su Xiangxian looked at Li Longchuan, hoping that Li Longchuan could see more details and tell him that there was a different possibility. However, Li Longchuan shook his head gently. If he was given enough time, his candle tiny god art could indeed find the weakest point of the Iron Wall. But at this moment, he was below the stage, and Jiang Wang was on the stage. He couldn't tell Jiang Wang anything, and the location where Jiang Wang's killing nail had struck was far from the weakest point. He even suspected that even if Jiang Wang found the weakest point, he might not be able to penetrate the Iron Wall. Because the Iron Wall was actually flawless, the weakest point he saw was only relative. Others felt that the killing nail was invincible, and he also acknowledged that Jiang Wang's Buzhou wind was incomparably lethal. However, in his observation, the most terrifying thing about the killing nail, when it broke the mighty body of Seizing Thief, was actually the killing nail's ability to restrain the soul. It directly caused the Seizing Thief to dissipate. That was why North Xiang's mighty body of Seizing Thief was so vulnerable. The killing power of the killing nail was stronger than killing one's life and killing one's soul, but it was not sharpness. This battle affected the mood of many people. Naturally, the Qi people were worried while the Qin people were excited. In this world, people had their own joys and sorrows, and they were not connected to each other. Only for the final outcome of this battle, many people had the same conclusion in their hearts. After all, that was the last stage of Qin Zhizhen's hard evolution. The horrible breath inside the Iron Wall was also gradually like a substance, which was really frightening. But regarding the result of this battle, Jiang Wang had different opinions from them. The killing nail was impenetrable, and the defensive ability of the Iron Wall was really desperate. The people watching the battle were already desperate, but the word Wang, in the name of Jiang Wang, would never disappear. Only when the sea is turbulent can the true colors of a hero be revealed. He raised his hand to take back the futile killing nail, but he didn't open the distance, lay traps, and take precautions as people expected. He tried to support Qin Jijin's next attack. Instead, he stepped on the blue cloud, moved forward, and pressed his palm on the iron wall. In the audience of the Qin state, someone sneered, "The iron wall that the killing nail couldn't penetrate. Does he want to break it with his bare hands?" But more people were silent, because this sneer had not yet settled. People had already seen at this time that the sky surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions suddenly dazzled. It was as if a curtain of night was pulled over by a god, covering the sky, and there were stars twinkling on it. It was as if hundreds of millions of stars were shining at this moment, and all the starlight was pouring toward Jiang Wang. A huge starlight funnel connected the blue robe and the night sky. What was the similarity of the vast world? The starlight in the sky bathed the young man. People saw that on Jiang Wang's back, where the cervical vertebra and spine intersected, there was a brilliant flowing light coming out of the clothes. The flowing light also outlined a beautiful picture on the blue robe. Below were red sparks burning freely. Above were white bone lotuses blooming freely. The light of the sparks was warm, and the light of the lotus was holy. Red and white set off each other, staining each other with a glimmer, connecting together in a wonderful way. It was imprinted on Jiang Wang's back, capturing people's minds and making people worship, as if crowning a god. It was the fiery bone lotus. This picture was too beautiful, so beautiful that it was dazzling, so beautiful that it almost drove people crazy. In the Mu Kingdom spectator seats, Helian Yunyun could naturally feel Zhao Ruqing's nervousness, but at the same time, she also noticed that the figure of the true jade nun of the cleansing moon nunnery, who was quite far away, had clearly trembled just now. This sworn brother of Ruqing, could it be that he was related to the cleansing moon nunnery in some way? As Helian Yunyun thought about it, her figure moved forward again, blocking the possible visual connection between Zhao Ruqing and true jade. It was not that she was worried about the cleansing moon nunnery, but her pale blue eyes could see that this nun, true jade, was a big threat, especially when it came to snatching men. She, Helian Yunyun, had no choice but to plan ahead and prevent trouble before it happened. What people could see was the stars twinkling in the sky, the starlight flowing on his body, and the fiery bone lotus crowning God. What people could not see was that after Jiang Wang's palm imprinted on the iron wall, the Buja wind that surged in his body and boiled endlessly with the support of hundreds of millions of starlight. A total of 6 killing nails connected head to tail, forming a one shape, and fiercely crashed into the iron wall. The first killing nail was nailed into the iron wall, turning into a frost wind that escaped, and the second killing nail was nailed in right after. It entered a bit more, and then scattered into the wind. Then the third nail, the fourth nail. When the 6th killing nail had also penetrated deeply, the frost wind that had already escaped turned back into a killing nail and followed closely behind. This cycle repeated over and over again, back and forth. Under the support of the power of hundreds of millions of starlight, it continued to penetrate and advance, until a certain moment, boom, the unshakable and indestructible iron wall, Qin Jijin's strongest defensive divine ability, collapsed with a loud bang in front of everyone's eyes. The iron wall collapsed. It was penetrated by Jiang Wang's palm. What kind of power was this? People looked at each other in dismay. What kind of power was this? Could it be that there was a new result of victory and defeat? The one who could compete with the Jing Kingdom's yellow Sorara was now Jiang Wang of the Qi Kingdom, on the martial arts arena that had witnessed ancient times. The tall and lofty iron wall, the indestructible iron fortress, collapsed like quicksand, and then collapsed like smoke and dust. Only the killing nail, which had formed a line, continued to move forward with a cold and sharp sound ding. In the pervasive black smoke and dust, such a sound suddenly rang out. It was sudden and decisive. This sound was a collision of coldness and ruthlessness, and it was a resonance of killing intent and killing intent. Those who didn't have enough cultivation and heard this sound had the illusion that they were about to die. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and their lives were about to come to an end. Swoosh! It was a sharp and ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air. It penetrated the air, and it seemed to penetrate people's hearts. It made people anxious and uneasy. People only saw a sharp light suddenly appear in the pervasive black smoke and dust. The killing nail, which had formed a line, shot back at a faster speed than when it left. It only stopped slightly when it reached Jiang Wang. Under Jiang Wang's control, it turned into a wisp of frost wind that coiled around his left finger. At this moment, the black smoke and dust from the collapse of the iron wall finally thinned out a little. People could already see Qin Zhizhen's tall and straight figure in the smoke and dust that scattered all over the sky. He still stood in place, still holding the black long saber in his hand. Separated by the black smoke and dust from the collapse of the iron wall, he calmly looked at Jiang Wang. He was still him. He was no longer him. At this moment, he wore a flat imperial crown on his head. The front and back of the crown were two sections of a drooping tail, with soul jade as beads and clouds of smoke inside. It was the supreme and noble 12 tails. He wore a black robe, an apron, a white muslin middle sheet, and a large white belt. His lower body wore a yellow knee cap, and his feet were bare. 11. The black robe shoulders were woven with the sun, moon, and dragon patterns. The back was woven with the stars and mountain patterns. The sleeves were woven with the fire, Chinese insects, and ghost patterns. The apron was woven with the pattern of the 12 tails. These 12 patterns were the legendary mountain patterns of the 12 mountains in the netherworld. The middle sheet and kneecap were also woven with 4 patterns. In addition, there were black ribbons, black jade hooks, and red jade pendants. His aura was like a mountain, dignified and dignified. It was the Yama Emperor's robe. From head to toe, only the horizontal and vertical saber remained in its original state. What was obvious and easy to see was that Qin Zhizhen had completed the final stage of the evolution of the Yama Palace. He had gathered all the power of the Yama Palace and temporarily achieved the true body of the Yama Emperor. The scene of Jiang Wang wielding billions of starlight and using the killing nail to break the iron wall was indeed shocking. But he was still a step too late. Facing such a Qin Zhizhen, who in the same realm in the world could not be a step too late. Perhaps Do Zhao's 5 decays of the sky and man and Yung Genzuan's sun, moon, and star triple round slash could do it, but they were unable to meet in the same realm. It could only be guessed. The true body of the Yama Emperor, which was manifested by the Yama Palace's magical power, actually surpassed the Battle Golden Body in terms of the extent of increase in combat power. It was only because of the long evolution process and the weakness of manifesting the Yama Palace that the magical power of the Yama Palace was not superior to the Battle Golden Body. But he had already gone through the long evolution process, and the manifested Yama Palace was hidden in the void. At least now, Qin Zhizhen had already revealed the true peak of his combat power. How strong he was, the killing nail that was sent flying back could prove it. Ever since the Buzhou wind had merged with the killing nail, the target had always been dodging or dying. It had never encountered a third situation. This was the first time it had been sent flying back. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Jiang Wang did not recklessly charge forward to fight for a chance of survival. He also did not quickly pull away and ponder over a way to delay. Instead, he held his sword and glared at Qin Zhizhen, reprimanding. Qin Zhizhen, Emperor Qin is present. You dare to overstep your bounds and call yourself the emperor. At the Mu preparation area, Huang Sheli opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. Beauty Jiang knew that she could not win and wanted to find fault with Qin Zhizhen to cripple his own martial arts. Strange and cute. The Emperor of Hell is the Emperor's minister. How is this overstepping? Moreover, I have never heard of anyone in this world giving up food because of choking or crippling magical powers because of etiquette. On the ancient martial arts platform, Qin Zhizhen said indifferently, Jiang Wang, is this all you have? He said he did not care and did not overstep, but in reality, he had to care. Wasn't that why he had opened his mouth to explain? Of course, Jiang Wang did not want to use words to determine victory or defeat. Even if he cursed Qin Zhizhen to the point that he could not retort, when it was time to be beaten, he would still be beaten. He only wanted to use words to shake Qin Zhizhen's emperor's heart. The Emperor of Hell was also the emperor. He also needed to have the heart and momentum of a sovereign. Only then could he obtain the power of a sovereign and wield the might of a sovereign. But in front of the Emperor of Qin, what virtue and ability did Qin Zhizhen have to dare have the heart of a sovereign? With one sentence of explanation, his momentum weakened. The effect of this sentence was greater than that of a sword. Of course, this was not enough to reverse the situation. But for Jiang Wang, this was an opportunity to weaken his opponent in the process of battle. Just like before, when he used the killing nail to weaken the judge of life and death, Qin Zhizhen's Emperor of Hell's true body was not complete. Yes, everyone saw that he was one step slower, allowing Qin Zhizhen to successfully show his peak state. It could be said that there was no suspense in the outcome, but Jiang Wang still wanted to win. The outcome was always in suspense with him. It was nothing more than doing everything he could and giving everything he had. In response to Qin Zhizhen's words, Jiang Wang pressed his sword and said, "Come. No matter how glib your tongue is, it cannot cover up your rebellious state. Today, on behalf of the Emperor of Hell, I crusade against disloyal subjects." It was unknown whether the Emperor of Hell he was talking about was the sovereign of the world who stood side by side with the Pillar of Six Directions, or the wounded spectator in the spectator's stance. Perhaps only he knew. Perhaps Zhao Ruqing also knew. At this moment, the black smoke and dust that filled the sky finally settled. Qin Zhizhen, who was wearing the Emperor of Hell's robes, glanced at Jiang Wang as the beads of the flat crown swayed. It was after this glance, there was no warning and almost no reaction time. A bright black blade was already in front of him. Clang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Chang Xiangxi was in front of him, and he was repelled by this blade with his sword. His figure retreated at an extremely fast speed, flying endlessly. Green cloud marks appeared and disappeared under his feet. He was continuously sent flying backwards. There was an ancient restriction on the world stage. The space on the stage was far wider than what people could see. But Jiang Wang was still slashed to the edge of the martial arts stage by this blade. Even his back had already felt the obstruction of the ancient restrictions of the martial arts stage. If not for this obstruction, he would have been chopped off the stage. He couldn't withstand it at all. Even the instant clear sky immortal technique couldn't disperse this terrifying power. His entire body leaned back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood bloomed in the sky. On the circular spectator's stand, Ji Shu crossed her fingers and clenched her fists to support her chin. Her white and tender fingers were tightly clenched together, exerting strength on each other. It was as if this could bring some strength to Jiang Wang. When she was traveling in the Outer Islands, she could always hear of Jiang Wang's name. A young hero with heavenly talent, of course, it was admirable, but it was only admiring. Although she was innocent, she was after all the daughter of the Dragon Gate's Mountain Lord. It could be said that there were no idiots when talking and laughing. The number of so-called young heroes that she had seen, if not 1,000, were at least 800. Su Xiangqian boasted very much, saying that Jiang Wang was rare in the heavens, and that there was no one in the world. She was only half believing and half doubting, until later on, when she saw and experienced everything in the Outer Islands. She saw his sincerity, righteousness, love, and compassion. He had the talent to surpass his peers, and he also had courage and tenacity. His bones had gentleness and kindness. This was what her father often said, the glory of being a man. From then on, she felt that Su Xiangqian was always honest with Jiang Wang. And all this time, she only saw Jiang Wang cutting through all obstacles, solving one problem after another, defeating one opponent after another. He was beaten until he spat out blood. What she saw was only today. especially when compared to the saber strike that he had suffered earlier. At that time, everyone could see that Jiang Wang still had enough strength to resist and didn't show any signs of being defeated. And now, everyone could see clearly that Jiang Wang's resistance was so powerless. Was he really powerless? This question arose in Cheng Sheng's mind. He would never forget that at the east end of the street, in that ready-made clothing store, when he was on the verge of despair, that person, that figure, stood in front of him with a sword. At that time, it was said that Wang Yiwu was the #1 reaching heaven state in history, and that Teng Long must be invincible as well. But Jiang Wang said, "I will try to kill him." Jiang Wang was a man who never made promises lightly. He wasn't sure that he could do it, so he only said try. Although he said try, he did try his best, and he really almost killed Wang Yiwu. If it weren't for the arrival of the god of war, Wang Yiwu would have ceased to exist in the world. Such a Jiang Wang. Was his resistance so powerless? Cheng Sheng was undoubtedly a very smart man, and he was also very rational. But only when it came to Jiang Wang, his trust was greater than his rationality. It was as if he was responding to this overly fat best friend of his. On the ancient martial arts arena, Jiang Wang, who had raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly turned around and blocked a sword attack. Clang! A sword slashed at him from the side, and it hit the tip of the sword. The Changxiangxi was knocked back, and the tip of the sword slashed down and stopped half an inch into his flesh. This was the first time since the Changxiangxi had been forged that it had hurt its owner and drank his blood. The sword blade bounced and made a faint trembling sound. It was as if it was also wailing in pain. As for Jiang Wang, he was once again sent flying. He flew from one end of the martial arts practice platform to the other. In fact, Qin Jizhen was also surprised. He was surprised that Jiang Wang could still block his sword at this moment. He was already faster than the limit, stronger than the limit. This battle should have been settled with one strike, but he couldn't even complete it with 2 consecutive strikes. Zhao Ruqing stared fixedly at the martial arts arena, fixedly watching. Jiang Wang's words of crusade against disloyal subjects had long made his eyes turn red. Jiang Wang was swaying under Qin Jizhen's sword light, making him want to take his place even more. He clearly already worked very hard, not wanting to feel as powerless as he did in Maplewood City. He himself couldn't even count the number of devils he had killed in Desolate Border. But why was it that today he was still defeated, unable to shoulder all of that? Right at this time, he suddenly saw that on the martial arts arena, Qin Jizhen, who had revealed the true body of the Yama Emperor, suddenly swayed, almost falling down. The Yama Emperor's imperial robe on his body also seemed to be caught between reality and illusion. Ripples of the void and reality appeared around his body. Zhao Ruqing's eyes lit up. How could he not see what this represented? Qin Jizhen's void, refinement, divine ability power was already exhausted. He was no longer able to control the power of the void, no longer able to stabilize the connection. Once it was completely exhausted, his Yama Palace divine ability would be completely isolated from the void, no longer able to form a connection with him. In other words, he would be struck down from his Yama Emperor true body state. The spectators on the circular viewing platform originally thought that victory and defeat had already been decided, but they once again raised their guard. Could this be where the turning point of this battle lied? Jiang Wang's struggle that he was unwilling to give up from beginning to end finally helped him struggle out of the glimmer, waiting until the moment when Qin Jizhen's void refinement divine ability power was exhausted. On the martial arts arena, Jiang Wang, who was sent flying again, spitting out blood once more, also keenly sensed an opportunity. What the spectators could see, he could only see more and more carefully on the arena. Even when he was powerless and swaying, he was still bitterly making up for his insight, searching for an opportunity for victory and defeat. Thus, at this time, while the people below the arena were startled, the person on the arena had already moved. While he was still flying backwards, he had already abruptly made a turn, turning towards Qin Jizhen. Because he didn't use all of his strength to disperse the force, His internal organs were also damaged. However, he didn't frown, and there was no pain in his eyes. He wielded his sword, rushing forward aggressively, only seeking life and death, never looking back. The sword of an old general past his prime, the most tragic and the most courageous, the most direct and the most resolute. Jiang Wang, together with his sword, had already closed in on him in an instant. However, he saw Qin Zhizhen suddenly stand firm and look at him indifferently. From the top of his head, a colorless ball of light jumped out. This ball of light was in a trance, seemingly illusory yet real. There were thousands of streams of light in it, and each stream of light seemed to have a deep story that was worth exploring. Of course, it was also fascinating. It was the divine ability, myriad transformations. It was the so-called myriad transformations of the heart. This divine ability could turn the light of the divine ability into any kind of power. Not only true essence, spell techniques, sword chi, it also included divine abilities. In the colorless ball of light, the streams of light rotated chaotically and instantly returned to normal, turning into a translucent light that alternated between illusion and reality. It fell back into Qin Zhizhen's body and injected into the void refinement divine ability seed. The Yama Emperor's robe on his body instantly solidified. The ripples in the void and reality around him immediately calmed down, and he raised his hand and slashed with his saber. Clang! Jiang Wang, who had rushed forward with a fierce momentum, hurriedly withdrew his sword halfway and was sent flying again by the saber. This time, even a mark of one step to heaven could not be seen. In the Qin State spectator seats, Gan Chang and suppressed his anger. That is to say, no matter how much Jiang Wang forced him, a person like Qin Zhizhen should not have made such a mistake. The last divine ability that Qin Zhizhen had hidden was actually myriad transformations. This was something that he did not know beforehand. It was really a method that made people despair. After this battle, it was unknown how long it would take for this Jiang Wang, Qi, to recover his Dao heart. Perhaps he would never be able to recover from this setback. Do you want him to admit defeat? In the spectator seats, Yi Lingxiao suddenly asked through voice transmission. I don't think he will be willing. Yi Qingyu's voice was as calm as possible. Don't worry, Yi Lingxiao said. As long as he doesn't actively seek death, a Dao-favored expert is enough to protect his life. As soon as the myriad transformations divine ability was used, the so-called turning point had been erased. Qin Zhizhen, with his seemingly flawless strength, had declared his terror to everyone present. Even in this Tianjiao's river viewing platform, he was one of the most dazzling people. I thank you. On this martial arts stage that had experienced a long time, Qin Zhizhen said indifferently. Perhaps he had a more solemn tone, but in the state of the Emperor of Hell's true body, everything he said seemed indifferent. He was talking to Jiang Wang, but also seemed to be communicating with the Tianjiao that had shown on this martial arts stage in the past. He said slowly with his inherent tone, "Thank you for bringing me such a wonderful battle experience." The myriad transformations divine ability had finally replenished the power of the void refinement divine ability. Thus, he raised his saber and finally drew an end to this battle. What you see now is my strongest without reservation. I think that no matter how many years have passed, you should be proud of this. Very few people could notice it. When Jiang Wang stopped the old general's sword past its prime to save himself, he was once again sent flying. The long sword in his hand wailed, and his green robe fluttered in the wind. He closed his eyes. His accumulation had long been enough. But he had always been waiting for an opportunity, the most appropriate and perfect time, pushing open his fourth inner palace and plucking the divine ability. What was the most appropriate time? Now was the most appropriate time. On this stage, under the heavens, in this gathering of Tianjiao, he faced the most outstanding and most powerful inner palace cultivator in the entire modern world. It was time. When Qin Zhizhen said the first sentence, "I thank you," what flashed through Jiang Wang's mind was the majestic scene of him standing on the Taowu Bridge and looking down at the 10,000 li long river like a giant dragon turning over. In fact, many days ago, he had come to the Long River. At that time, he had been hunted down by a Tao master of the present age and had almost fallen into a dead end. A certain sword born from inspiration had been forcibly suppressed, stillborn in the womb, and had yet to be recovered. Were it not for the old monk Ku Ju saving the scene, his story would have already ended. Few people knew of his life. Like a drop of water in this torrential long river, blending into the Long River, where was there even a moment of ripple? Now, when he came to the Long River again, he represented the overlord of the eastern region and competed with Tianjiao as the #1 in the Qi realm. When the stars twinkled, they bloomed with a light that belonged solely to them. Coming to the Long River twice, his state of mind was so different. Time had passed, and the people had changed. Only the Long River was as vast as before, as great as before. When Qin Jizhen said the second sentence, "I thank you," what appeared in Jiang Wang's mind was the pillar of 6 directions that connected the heavens and the earth. It was the kind of heaviness and greatness that he had felt when he first ascended the river viewing platform. The long river of history rolled over, as if spreading out in front of him. How many magnificent stories, how many heroic figures. They were all splashes of the river, all surging within it. The Long River spanned across the modern world, with many stormy waves in between. Tens of thousands of years also flowed like this. This ancient river viewing platform was born for the Long River. Looking at the Long River, it also experienced history. With the same name as greatness, it walked with glory. On this river viewing platform, Tianjiao, the #1 in the world, fought for glory with life and death. He had bet his entire life on this short battle. Lin Kuang waved his blade with all his might, but he could only chew the bitter fruit of failure. Bei Gong could try his best, but he couldn't even get close to Qin Jizhen. Shimen Bao died for the country, and Yin Xiaofei gave up his title to return his sword. Bai Yuxia didn't accept the title of being pitiful and would rather fight to the death. She was ridiculed and looked down on, but she was only willing to lose when all her puppets and beasts were dead and her limbs were broken. Gan Chang, and was known as Chang, and at the age of 8, the well-deserved Tianjiao of the world, but he was stabbed in the head. Shuge heard it again. Na Yang grew up in a pack of wolves, roamed the grasslands, and had a body close to that of a god, but he was almost beaten to death. The people of Qi cheered for this. There was also the peerless battle between Do, Zhao, and Yung Genzuan, showing the peak of the outer tower. North Xiang's peerless appearance and natural vision could only be reduced to the background. Zhao Ruqing pulled out the emperor's sword and stunned the world, but he also stopped the countercurrent. This was the time when the stars shone. In the midst of the brilliance, one chased after the brightest. In the midst of the brilliance, one only sought to be the most dazzling. There was only to talk about glorious history. Now was the time to achieve glory. When the countries gathered in Tianjiao, who could stand at the peak? Who was at the peak? And who was at the peak? Acacia somnifera was howling. This was a tormented howl. Its pain, its grievance, and its sorrow were all in this howl. Its persistence, its courage, and its sharpness were also in this howl. This howl echoed in all directions, reaching the clouds, intimidating people's hearts, and illuminating history. No howl could be heard from the sword box. If it could be heard, the world would know, because the sword howl was so clear and the sword light was so dazzling. Everyone saw Jiang Wang, who was flying backward, in his sword-wielding hand. All the muscles in his body were trembling under Qin Jizhen's blade. Only his sword-wielding hand was steady, determined, and didn't waver at all. Such a person, even when he was at his most desperate and powerless, you couldn't ignore him. You could never. The wind and clouds on the field moved, and the sword howled in his hand. When Qin Jizhen finished his last sentence and used the myriad transformations divine ability to completely replenish the power of the void refinement divine ability, he raised his long saber. Jiang Wang opened his eyes. At this moment, The eye of Qian Yang had already faded. And what kind of eyes were these? They were clear and calm, like a mirror that reflected one's heart. They were like a clear stream flowing alone in the forest on the mountain. They were so clean and so firm. At this moment, suddenly there was a sword light. Flowing light shone in his eyes. In Jiang Wang's 5 prefectures, see that people couldn't see. A scarlet mansion, a black and white mansion, and a frosty white mansion. The 3 inner mansions hung in the dome, reflecting each other's brilliance. Rumble. The 4th mansion finally appeared. It was a sky-blue mansion that was indescribably noble. It also carried an aura of extreme freedom and extreme elegance. And Jiang Wang's divine soul manifested. Holding the sword spirit of Shaoxi in his hand, he stabbed. The sword collided with the inner mansion door. The 4th inner mansion opened with a loud bang. At this moment, the 1st inner mansion evolved into a scarlet sun, the 2nd into a black and white crescent moon, and the 3rd into a frosty white star. The scarlet flame that represented the true samadhi fire, the black and white light that represented the wrong path, and the frosty white light that represented the wind, all illuminated the 5 prefectures' sea at this moment. It seemed to be cheering, as if it was boiling with excitement. The divine ability had a spirit, and it was also looking forward to this moment. A plump, sky-blue seed leaped out at this moment. That color was clearly free and elegant, but it was so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. It emitted an almost endless, sharp light. When the 3rd inner mansion appeared, the 1st and 2nd inner mansions hid their traces. When the 4th inner mansion appeared, the 3 mansions illuminated the divine ability at the same time. Because it was so different, only when one reached the heavenly palace would there be 5 mansions illuminated at the same time, and the divine ability's light mixed together. And this 4th inner mansion's divine ability had yet to completely appear, but it was already called the 3 mansions illuminated at the same time. Before reaching the heavenly mansion, the ability of the heavenly mansion could be seen. Facing the scarlet sun, the black and white crescent moon, and the frosty white star hanging high in the sky, the 4th inner mansion evolved. The sky-blue mansion faded away, and actually transformed into a faceless person wearing a fluttering green robe. This person was tall and straight, and held a green sword in his hand. Without speaking or moving, there were thousands of auspicious colors, and tens of thousands of rays of light. It was the divine ability, Sword Immortal. During this time, the sword evolves into tens of thousands of laws. The earth-shaking changes were all in the 5 prefectures sea, and were not seen by the world. And outside, Jiang Wang had just opened his eyes, and the sword light shone in his eyes, and he looked at Qin Zhizhen, who had revealed the true body of the Emperor of Hell. His body, which had been sent flying, came to a stop. That blood-stained green robe fluttered in the wind. Raging flames seemed to rise from within his body and burned outside of his body. It circled around his body, forming a circle of fire, and was an inch away from his body, showing off to his heart's content. From head to toe, and even the long sword in his hand, he was wrapped in such a brilliant line of fire. And wisps of frosty white wind intertwined into a frosty white cloak, floating behind him. The fire was the true samadhi fire, and the wind was the Buzhou wind. At this moment, Jiang Wang's eyes shone with sword light, his cloak bathed in fire, and his feet stepped on the green clouds. It was indescribably majestic, indescribably dazzling. And I only want to ask you, he responded to Qin Zhizhen, the question I'm going to ask you. He floated in the air, and the long sword in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground. Have you prepared the answer? He didn't say it explicitly, but his eyes already told Qin Zhizhen the question about moving forward if you don't have an answer. I will kill you on this martial arts stage, in front of perfected cultivator Yu Mu. His voice spread in all directions on the world stage, and those who heard it actually had the illusion that their ears were cut. And Qin Zhizhen, who was facing Jiang Wang directly, only responded with one strike. The pitch-black night rushed over, as if it wanted to end everything. But in the next moment, Tens of thousands of sword lights had already illuminated the night sky. People saw that in the sky, the sword and the saber collided again. The entire world stage seemed to be silent for a moment. Then there was the sound of metal clashing and the ripples of terrifying power spreading in all directions. The sword immortal against the Emperor of Hell. They separated in a single clash. They separated on both sides of the martial arts stage, each suspended high in the air. The sword immortal was in the east, and the Emperor of Hell was in the west. Fate always had an unfathomable flavor. Their current position was the East Qi and West Qin. Qin Jizhan held a long black saber in his hand, and the pearls on his flat imperial crown trembled slightly. Behind him, a majestic black palace appeared, overseeing the void and intimidating all directions. That was the projection of King Yinluo's palace. Today, he was the Emperor of Hell, deciding the life and death of the world with one strike. If the King of Hell ordered people to die at midnight, who dared to keep them alive until 5? And Jiang Wang carried a stream of flowing light, elegantly stepping on the clouds, with his back to the east and his face to the west. There was the phantom of a green-robed sword immortal standing proudly in the sky behind him. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he sang with emotion. The song said, "Don't you see the golden crow flying its feathers at the peak of Mount Tai, the rivers for thousands of miles like a dragon crouching?" Jiang Wang seemed to be able to see the river flowing east and traversing the modern world. "Can't you see? The golden crow rises from the peak of Mount Tai. The rivers of thousands of miles meander like giant dragons. Can't you see? The books of history have been blown to pieces for thousands of years, and the white hair of women are all yellow earth." The frosty white cloak fluttered, and Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. On this Riverview platform, from ancient times to the present, how many things, how many heroes, how many beautiful women. Can't you see? The history books were blown to pieces in one breath. That is the dust of history since thousands of years, and the white hair of women are all buried in the yellow earth. 100 years of life is only 2 breaths, and the flames of war reached the sky in a corner. When Maplewood City was destroyed, it was only a few breaths of time. Such a tragic scene in the human world seemed insignificant to this world. How many people remembered? How many people cared? 100 years of life in a long river of time is only 2 breaths of life and death. That disaster of flames reaching the sky and the flames of war to the entire world is only a small story that happened in a small corner. Love makes you crazy. Hate makes you go. The weight of a mountain on his shoulders, the hatred of a sea of blood in his heart. There is no love. If you love someone, you should treat them with all your feelings. If you hate them, you should leave them far away. I also have feelings for those who are heartless, and I also pay them with heartlessness. Fang Pengju, who once regarded him as a brother of life and death, because of a sense of urgency for the future, and also because of jealousy that he could not catch up to, under the influence of a meridian unlocking pill, killed him. His teacher, whom he trusted wholeheartedly, deceived him with a lie, and watched the entire city be destroyed. This already destroyed city was his hometown, where he was born and raised. He had lived for more than 10 years, and all his family and friends, all the people he was familiar with, were there. And what about me? Jiang Wang thought. On the battlefield, he also did not hesitate to draw his sword against the enemy. In the face of death, he also diverted the disaster. He also once ignored the pleas of others, and when he killed, he did not show mercy. I also gave my true feelings to heartless people. I also did that heartless person. The road is difficult. The road is difficult. This body only goes to higher places. How difficult this road was, perhaps only Jiang Wang himself knew. But he always moved forward, always facing difficulties and obstacles, always going to higher places. Was life originally difficult? Or was it only like this for a period of time? There was no easy road forward. Then I will take the most difficult road. This is my choice, my direction. I will always climb to higher places. Ascending to the heavens to grasp the moon is not praiseworthy. Crashing through the Milky Way is the end of the world. The day he defeated Wang Yiwu, the day his name shook Linzi, it just so happened to be Jiang Ainan's birthday. He gained fame under the heavens, but was separated from his sister at the end of the world. At the most brilliant time, he was the loneliest. Ascending to the heavens to embrace the moon was also not praiseworthy. Crashing through the Milky Way is probably the end of the world. Unable to see the affairs of the mortal world, what does this peak look like? Here, one could not see the affairs of the mortal world, no matter how hard one looked. What did this peak look like? Jiang Wang's gaze was extremely distant. No one knew what kind of scenery he was currently looking at. But the image of the green-robed, sword immortal behind him had already reached the last line of the song. When an ordinary man is angry and draws his sword, the sea of clouds surges for millions of miles. You ask what the tallest mountain in the world is like. The tallest mountain in the world is like a sword that pierces the heavens from the earth. When an ordinary man is angry, he draws his sword and rises. This sword stirs the sea of clouds. Its power is absolute. It is certain to decide life and death. This sword forms a mountain vertically, pierces the heavens when it is raised, separates the world, and separates heaven and earth when it is raised. Jiang Wang, cloaked in fire and cloaked in wind, shattered the clouds with a single step amidst the brilliant sharp light. Holding Chang Xiangxi in his hand was like holding the tallest mountain in the world, and with this sword, he wanted to end heaven and earth. This was the sword of the ancient peak, all the power, strength, determination, and courage that Jiang Wang had accumulated along the way. This sword appeared. The image of the Yama Palace behind Qinjizhen had already shattered. This sword had just appeared. It had already pierced the blade horizontally and vertically. Clang! The ink-black blade broke from the middle of the blade with a mournful cry. The remaining half of the blade flew high into the air, shining with flowing light. Jiang Wang, cloaked in fire and cloaked in wind, moved forward, and Chang Xiangxi advanced even further. The snow-like blade sank into a ray of clear light. It was the perfected Lord Yuqian who had already made his move, blocking the momentum of this sword and saving Qin Jizhen's life. But even so, people also saw in horror that after the hazy clear light, the roaring sword intent directly smashed a huge hole in Qin Jizhen's chest and abdomen, almost emptying his organs. The world's famous Jiang Wang. From now on, he could be called a sword immortal, 10,000 character chapter begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1174. Everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that Qin Jizhen, who had delayed until the final stage, deduced the Yama Palace to the last step and successfully revealed the true body of the Emperor of Hell, would still be defeated. But no one could say they were unconvinced when they lost to the sword immortal who wore the frost wind, bathed in the red fire, and stepped on the green clouds. This was an ancient sword. The immortal used the peak of the mountain as a sword to break through the long night and defeat the Emperor of Hell. It was lofty and majestic, and its aura was lofty. Its light was brilliant, and its power was impressive. This battle was not inferior to the battle between Do Zhao and Yung Genzuan. It was even better. The Tianjiao in the outer arena was too dazzling and resplendent, causing many spectators to feel tired and unable to get excited about the battle in the inner arena. Although Jiang Wang set a record for the fastest victory in history as soon as he went on stage, Zhuang Guolin and Lin Zhengrun were defeated before the battle. But it inevitably made people feel that it was just SOSO. Even before the battle, things like backlashes would happen. Was this the level of the inner arena? Until Deng Qi of Tianjiao, Mu Country, showed his extreme talent and mixed many terrifying killing techniques together. Only then did the inner arena have something to watch. When it came to the peak battle between Tianjiao and Qi Chu, many people began to take the quality of the inner arena seriously. Unfortunately, although the Battle of Souls was extremely strong, it was considered the top battle in the inner arena. After all, It mainly happened in the Tongtian Palace, so it was difficult for the spectators to see the excitement. The scene of Jiang Wang leaping out of the broken fire world and using the killing nail to crush the seizing thief's overlord body could be considered a stunning scene. Then Qin Jijin lit up the 5 prefectures on the spot and chased after Yung Gunzuin in the outer arena, instantly raising the audience's expectations to the highest. In the first half of the semifinals, Ai Lu fought against the Emperor's sword, raising the level of excitement of the inner arena to the forefront of history. This was not the end. After the second half of the semifinals, no one would doubt it anymore. The quality of the inner arena of this Yellow River Conference was already in the top 3 in history. The battle between the Sword Immortal and the Emperor of Hell was definitely one of the most exciting Tianjiao battles since ancient times. When Jiang Wang used the mountain as a sword and crashed into the Emperor of Hell on Qi's viewing platform, Wang Yiwu, who was sitting with some of the young generals in the army, suddenly lost the fighting spirit that had been burning in his eyes for a long time. Before Jiang Wang's sword strike, he didn't think that his performance would be any worse than Jiang Wang's. Without the punishment at the East Street entrance, no one knew who would represent Qi in the Inner Mansion arena. It was time for him to compete with the other country's geniuses on the world stage. After Jiang Wang's sword strike, he really couldn't find a way to defeat him. But Wang Yiwu was Wang Yiwu after all. His eyes dimmed for a moment, then lit up again. He might not be as good today, but he might not be as good tomorrow. Being inferior for a day might not mean being inferior for 1,000 days. If Jiang Wang could surpass him, defeat him, and surpass him, how could he, Wang Yiwu, not surpass him? Endless waves surging in the sea, one punch to the sky and suppressing the tide. Cheng Geng-sheng, who also saw this sword strike, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes, which were sunk in his fat, widened until they looked like 2 soybeans embedded in dough. This was already a perfect scene that was beyond his imagination. From Tianfu City to the East Street entrance, from the Tianya stage to the Riverview stage, Jiang Qingyang never disappointed him. 14, who was beside him, looked down at his armored hand. What should I do? She thought. If he wants to beat you up in the future, I really can't stop him. Cheng Geng-sheng's seat was about 20 rows in front of him. The first row of seats was Qi's preparation area. Chao Jie leaned back slightly, his posture obviously more relaxed. He glanced at Yung Gunzuin, who was wearing a snow-white robe, and saw that his proud side profile was also very serious. Even Cheng Xuan's magnificence couldn't outshine Lin Zi alone. As a high-ranking member of Qi, he only felt satisfaction in his heart. Yung Gunzuin looked quietly in the direction of the martial arts arena. There was only regret in his eyes. Regret that he couldn't fight with Jiang Qingyang in the Inner Mansion. He couldn't use the sun, moon, and star to slash this sword immortal. Now that he saw Do Zhao's 5 decay of heaven and man, it could be said that he had gained something. But if only he had fought for the Inner Mansion before the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After fighting for the Inner Mansion, no matter the result, he would have entered the Outer Mansion. Then, he would have seen the Sword Immortal and the 5 decay of heaven and man. How happy would that be? He, Yung Gunzuin, will be the most powerful person in the world. That was not a waste of time. What a pity. Ji Zhaonan held his spear horizontally across his knees, and the snow-white Xiaohua spear trembled slightly on his knees. He laughed silently. As a divine descent expert, his battle intent was actually stimulated by an Inner Mansion cultivator. That was really a rare thing. But he was really looking forward to what kind of scenery it would be when Jiang Wang became a divine descent expert. If Jiang Wang could first defeat Wang Yiwu in the Inner Mansion and then defeat Ji Zhaonan in the divine descent, he could take the title of the Divine Army's disciple's nemesis. Wouldn't that be interesting? In contrast to the Qi people, the Qin people's mood was naturally complicated. Zhanggu didn't say a word for a long time. Compared to Gan Chang and's failure, Qin Jijin's defeat made him sigh. Because Gan Chang was only 19 years old, his accumulation in the Outer Mansion was slightly lacking. Before the battle, he only expected 2 to fight for first place. In the end, he stopped in the top 8. Meeting Do Zhao was also something that couldn't be helped. Qin Zhizhen was different. His knife skills were beyond the top, and he, who achieved 5-mansion glory, was the one who vowed to win first place in the Qin state this time. In the inner mansion, he didn't even think about the possibility of second place. But now he stopped in the top 4. But he really couldn't say that Qin Zhizhen's performance wasn't outstanding enough. It could only be said that the world was vast, the stars were bright, and there was a mountain outside the mountain. Jiang Qingyang was indeed extremely talented. It was only natural for him to win. The dignified commander-in-chief of the Barong army was deeply worried about national affairs. He glanced at Huang Budong. Now he could only count on this guy. However, the little old man Huang Budong narrowed his eyes and stared absent-mindedly. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sigh. No one in the whole audience of the Qin state could say anything. Consecutive losses in the outer mansion and inner mansion were really hard to accept for the Qin people, who were very proud of their martial arts. They had clearly won the Battle of the Valley and defeated Changchu, and their influence was rapidly expanding. At one point, they wanted to compete with the Jing state for the title of the strongest. But the results of the Yellow River Conference, it was really not enough to match the strength of the great Qin state. Gan Chang'an was silent. What did it mean to be able to connect with the sword? This was it. Qin Zhizhen's loss was not unjustified. He had nothing to say. The peerless sword on the martial arts stage had illuminated many people's hearts. In the Mu State audience, Helian Yunyun's pale blue eyes turned and tilted his head to look at Zhao Ruqing. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was obvious. Your sworn brother is very awe-inspiring. The corners of Zhao Ruqing's mouth curled up, and he smiled. He smiled proudly, smiled brightly, and his smile was too charming. This was the first time Helian Yunyun had seen Zhao Ruqing smile so naturally, freely, and frankly since she knew him, so she couldn't help but smile. At the same time, she accurately blocked Zhao Ruqing's smile, not giving the Nun Yuzhen a chance to see it. Because of this, she also neglected that from beginning to end, Yuzhen had been looking in the direction of the martial arts stage without moving her gaze for a moment. Unlike Zhongshan Wei-sun, who sucked in a breath of cold air, and Governor Xiao Lai, who was nervous and worried about the young Tianjiao of the Mu State. Huang Sheli was simply dazzling. She casually sat cross-legged on her seat, her elbows on her knees, and her hands supporting her face as she looked at the martial arts stage in a daze. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful to death. She really is a sword fairy. This Yellow River Conference was really worth it. Xiao Lai glanced at her for a long time, but she didn't notice. Was she studying her opponent? The dignified governor of Xiao Qi could only comfort himself like this. For the spectators other than Qin Shi, putting aside the standpoint of the country, they could feel this battle more wholeheartedly. They were also deeply shocked by this scene. It had nothing to do with the country, nothing to do with anything else, only the purest beauty of strength bursting forth. That was the most naked human perception of strength. That was probably the most magnificent view they would ever see in their entire lives in the inner palace. Such a gorgeous battle scene was imprinted in their eyes, as if it was also imprinted in their hearts, unable to dissipate for a long time. What was called a gathering of the winds and clouds. Nothing was better than today. What was called a peerless Tianjiao. Nothing was better than this battle. And at this moment, on the ancient martial arts stage, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Jiang Wang took a few steps forward. The lines of fire on his body were still burning. The frost cloak on his back was still fluttering, and the sword light in his eyes was still shining. Indescribable elegance. Inexhaustible elegance. His expression was very calm. There was no ecstasy after winning, as if this was an inevitable result. There was also no feigned contempt for the so-called defeated opponent, because he had also trekked to this point with difficulty. At this moment, he was looking down at Qin Zhizhen on the ground. He only asked, "How is he now?" This was the second time Jiang Wang had asked the same question. At this moment, Qin Zhizhen was like a reef in the raging sea. At this moment, Qin Zhizhen was lying powerlessly on the ground. The true body of the Emperor of Hell had already been defeated, and the dignified imperial robe on his body had naturally faded away. At this time, only that black martial robe was still accompanying him. Perhaps it also counted the broken blade in his hand. His hand holding the blade was so tight, as if he was unwilling to give up. But the clear light of the true Lord Yu Qian continuously transmitted a warm feeling, continuously passing on vitality. This feeling made him understand that if it weren't for this clear light, he would already be dead. So he really had lost. How could I lose? He thought. The two most dazzling Tianjiao in this year's outer arena were Dou Zhao and Yung Genzuan. He didn't think he had lost to either of them. His control of killing techniques was not as good as Dou Zhao's, and his development of divine powers was not as good as Yung Genzuan's. But he was like a combination of the two, and his killing techniques and divine powers had already surpassed the pinnacle. No matter who he faced in the same realm, he shouldn't have lost. Actually, he was not at his strongest right now. If he was at his peak, his Iron Wall divine powers could be integrated into the Yama Palace, replacing the materialized walls of the Yama Palace and strengthening the power of the Yama Palace. The Yama Palace could leave the void, return to the real world, and exist as an artifact in battle. His true body of the Emperor of Hell was also not at its peak. It couldn't absorb external power, and he had also lost the Black Deity, and the Judge of Life and Death had also consumed an arm. He should have also used the unclothed divine powers to create a soul robe and drape it over the Emperor of Hell's body. The Emperor of Hell's true body at its peak, draped in soul robe, with the Yama Palace in one hand and the horizontal blade in the other, was his strongest state. But in the end of this battle, the Iron Wall had been shattered, and the soul robe had disappeared. The Emperor of Hell's true body was only barely manifested. Although the myriad transformations divine powers could replenish all the power, there was also a limit to it. It was almost exhausted to replenish the power of the void refinement divine powers. He actually had a lot of reasons. But how could he, Qin Zhizhen, accept these reasons? Wasn't the reason why he couldn't display his strongest state also because he had lost in the previous battle? Those losses weren't because he took the initiative to give in, but were forced out step by step in the battle between the blade and the sword. He had indeed lost. If he wasn't willing to face defeat, he would never have the possibility of winning back. At this moment, he, who was lying on the ground with a weak aura, was like an immortal compared to Jiang Wang, who was overflowing with colorful lights. He looked at his opponent like this as a loser. This time, he didn't smile again. He said slowly, after he defeated Wei Yu in Xianyang City, he wanted to go to Wu Pass to test his sword. I stopped him by the Wei River and made an agreement with him to fight in the same realm. He broke through to the inner palace on the spot and fought with me. I asked him why he did this. You couldn't tell if his slow speech was because it was difficult to speak or because he was serious. People would never be able to see Qin Zhizhen's expression of pain. Like a reef facing a torrent, he was forever silent. He continued in this way. He said that someone walked up step by step from the abyss of despair, all the way forward. That kind of radiance illuminated him, so he didn't want to retreat. Qin Zhizhen kept his promise before the battle and repeated the battle by the Wei River. I gave him time and saw his sword formation. It was indeed a sword that illuminated the world. That guy who wanted nothing more than to change his name to Down actually said that he didn't want to retreat. That guy who was always lazy in front of him, who never cared no matter what glory he obtained, would actually say in front of others, that person's radiance illuminated me. And then, Jiang Wang asked. His sword broke through the Wei River, and I beat him to the bottom of the Wei River, Qin Zhizhen replied. He didn't hide or embellish that battle. I think he shouldn't be dead, Jiang Wang said. Qin Zhizhen didn't seem to intend to anger Jiang Wang, especially in his current state. So he said, yes, I didn't kill him. Jiang Wang looked at him. I saw fighting spirit in your eyes. Perhaps you weren't willing to accept today's battle. If you had come to challenge me in the outer tower, I would have spared your life. You spare my friend once, so I will spare you once. He spoke calmly, as if he was describing an established fact. This tone was exactly the same as on the day of the selection, when he had said to Qin Zhizhen, "When I defeat you, I will ask you again." However, after such a glorious victory, no one doubted his confidence anymore. And for Qin Zhizhen, in fact, from the beginning, he had never doubted this confidence. From the beginning of this election, they had competed for power, will, and strength. He had never underestimated Jiang Wang, because after seeing Feng Chang's sword that illuminated the world, he had said, "You have such killing power when you just entered the inner palace. If you were given more time, you would be qualified to fight for second place in the inner palace." And at that time, Feng Chang had said, "You are now qualified to fight for second place." He asked, "Who is first?" Feng Chang said, "It is the person who illuminated my path. First in the Eastern Territory, Jiang Qingyang." Because of the power of that sword, he had not been angry. Instead, he had taken those words seriously and truly regarded Jiang Wang, whom he had never met, as an opponent. That was why, from the beginning of the selection to the battle just now, he had continued. At this moment, in the face of Jiang Wang's words, he should have been angry. But for some reason, he was not angry. This was the most terrifying thing for a true expert. It meant that he had admitted in his heart that Jiang Wang was qualified to go around him once in the outer tower. How could this be? Qin Zhizhen tried hard to find the emotion of unwillingness and indignation. He struggled to say, "If I had used all my strength from the beginning," he fell silent. Because at this moment, he suddenly realized, by the way, River, the successor of Gu Feijian, whom he had defeated, had attacked him at that time. This sword was absolutely famous. P.S. Endless waves traverse the vast sea. One fist suppresses the tide. Qing, Huangzhongzi, ascending the northern fortified tower. I saw this poem in Zhangshua yesterday and really liked it. It just so happened that I was not satisfied with the line I casually wrote. Hee, I should use it quickly. Chapter 1175. Qin Zhizhen stopped talking, and Jiang Wang already had the answer to the question, so he took a step back. The winner of this battle, Qi Jiangwang. Yu Qian's announcement sounded at the right time. Zhang Gu personally came to the stage and carried Qin Zhizhen off the stage. Although this battle was lost, Qin Zhizhen was still the Tianjiao of Qin, and the state of Qin would not let Tianjiao be bitterly disappointed. Qin Zhizhen's real body was broken, and his organs were hollowed out. It was already a fatal injury. Yu Qian kept him alive, but if he wanted to really recover, the state of Qin would have to pay a lot of money. Of course, for those who fought for the country, no amount of money was too much. In the main competition of the Yellow River meeting, as long as they didn't die on the spot, any country would try their best to treat them and restore them to their original state. The significance was not only about the future of Tianjiao. However, after Yu Qian really announced the winner, people suddenly realized one thing. The two Tianjiao cultivators who represented the highest achievement and should be among the strongest in the same realm actually failed to win the championship. One could only tie with others for second place, and the other even stopped in the top four. The lineup of this Yellow River meeting was really terrifying. The unlimited field under 30 years old had not yet started, but it was already amazing. 10 years or 100 years later, among these shining stars of the outer building realm and inner mansion realm, how many people would come to divine realm? How many would come to heavenly enlightenment? And how many would die? Before the divine realm, many people wasted their lives. Among them, there was no lack of Tianjiao. At this moment, Jiang Wang stood on the martial arts stage. The wind and fire on his body were gone, and the divine light had been restrained. His blue robe was stained with blood, but he had an outstanding temperament, floating like an immortal. At this time, the whole field was silent. After witnessing this shocking sword, the shock in people's hearts did not go away for a long time. Suddenly, Qingyang, you are the strongest. In Qi's audience, the great scholar Su raised his arms and shouted, blushing, Jiang Wang, first place is in sight. Ji Shu clenched his fists and shouted very hard. Jiang Wang almost staggered. That kind of arrogant and invincible momentum collapsed in an instant. He clearly saw that true monarch Yu Qian was about to say something, but stopped himself. It seemed that he'd been stifled by the sudden slogans. For Su Gao Gao to be able to shut the mouth of a true monarch, he was truly a peerless genius. The reactions of the audience were mixed. It was inappropriate to shout such a pompous slogan on such a significant occasion like the Yellow River meeting. However, the battle just now served as an explanation. Although there was nothing literary about this slogan, it still made people feel that there was nothing wrong with it. He could already be considered the strongest, and the #1 spot was already in sight. On the other hand, a certain perfected master, Yi finally seized the opportunity and clicked his tongue. Look at what kind of people Qi is. He was purely a bootlicker. If and went to Qi, who knew what would happen in the future. Our Yin nation is still the best. The Yin people are simple and honest. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and snickered. I think his friends are quite interesting. A certain Taoist master surnamed Yi felt his teeth itch. Huang Shelley looked at Qi enviously and nudged Zhongshan Wei-sun with his elbow. Hey, I say, our Jing kingdom has to keep up with the ritual. We are all powerful countries in the world. How can we be inferior? I fought hard in the beginning, and when I came back victorious, the cheers weren't loud enough. They were scattered and not orderly at all. Zhongshan Wei-sun was extremely indignant. What's the use of telling me this? This matter is not under my control. Isn't the governor of Shao Qi next to me? Huang, can't you find the right person? Of course, the most important thing is that you let a person who has already lost consider the final treatment of the winner. Isn't it too cruel? Do you think I, Zhongshan Wei-sun, am easy to bully? Zhongshan Wei-sun was indignant in his heart, but he suddenly reacted and looked at Huang Shelley in horror. You don't want me to shout slogans for you, do you? Huang Shelley's face was full of this child is worth teaching. He reached out and patted Zhongshan Wei-sun's shoulder. Since you took the initiative to volunteer, this matter will be handed over to you. The slogan must not be weaker than Zhong's. In this decisive battle, you have to fight for both strength and power. If you are weaker, it is likely to affect the overall situation and lose miserably. Brother Wei-sun, she smiled and said, you don't want me to lose, do you? Zhao Taizhu in his heart was screaming crazily. If you are vain, can't you just say it? Why are you spouting nonsense with me? Do you think I don't know you? I, Zhongshan Wei-sun, am the Tianjiao of the country. My powers are unparalleled. You want me to shout such a shameful slogan for you? Don't even think about it. Wait, are you already looking for excuses? When you win, it will be because of your talent, but if you lose, you will blame me for not helping you fight for your position. Huang, you are so cunning. You are too much. Zhongshan Wei-sun smiled slightly. There was a hint of elegance in his stiff expression. I will try my best. Huang Shelley had just returned a look of, at least you were sensible, when he heard Yu Qie's voice. This true lord from Mount Yujing was talking to her. For the sake of fairness, I will freeze you now and let your body freeze temporarily. Qi Jiang Wang can also recuperate for as long as you have recuperated for. After that, we will start the finals and fight for the championship. Do you have any problems with that? Huang Shelley blinked and thought to herself, I didn't recuperate seriously just now. I was watching the beauty, the competition. The words that were about to come out of her mouth became, then wait for me to strike a better pose. Yu Qie was speechless. He was a Tao-favored cultivator, a true lord. He was speechless again. When the words were about to come out of his mouth, the tall forehead from the Green Cliff Academy started shouting. He really didn't know how to continue. In the midst of that shameful slogan, he spoke as if he was cheering for Jiang Wang. Now, this Huang Shelley from the Jing Kingdom. You said she didn't respect you, but her tone was very good and she even addressed you respectfully. You said she respected you, but she asked you, a true lord, to wait. The reason was to strike a better pose. What was wrong with the youngsters nowadays? Did they all cultivate courage? When he was young, in front of senior true lords, he trembled with fear as if he was treading on thin ice. Naturally, no one knew what true Lord Yuchu was thinking. Everyone only saw him fall silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand, and a ray of clear light circled around his finger. No need. A voice said. The voice came from the ancient martial arts platform. Naturally, there was only one person who spoke. Everyone was surprised, and even Yu Chu turned to look. On the martial arts platform, Jiang Wang said calmly, "Today, Tianjiao is filled with nobles. The Supreme Being's Dharma form has stopped the waves of the river. The battle between the two of them is a small ripple in history and a floating dust in the world. How can I make everyone wait so long? Jiang Wang doesn't want to waste these few seconds, so please start this battle quickly. Let me and Huang Shelley play for the world." With that, he bowed respectfully to Yu Chu. "Thank you, true lord." Chapter 1176. Jiang Wang's words were said calmly, his expression peaceful, without any hint of arrogance. He compared his battle with Huang Shelley to Wei Lan and Fu Ai, which was destined to be famous throughout the world. He was very humble, but to give up the time to recuperate and directly fight with Huang Shelley, this kind of attitude was already extremely arrogant. What kind of occasion was this? The Tianjiao battle arena that decided the distribution of resources after the Thousand Goblins sect. A grand event to compete for the title of #1 in the world. Tianjiao, where the 6 supreme Dharma manifestations of the Emperor came to watch the battle, with the whole world as witnesses. What kind of person was Huang Shelley? The real, peerless Tianjiao, who had mastered the supreme ability to go against the flow of time. Jiang Wang was now saying that in such an occasion, facing such an opponent, he did not need to recuperate, and it was just after defeating Qin Zhizhen. Was it because Qin Zhizhen, with his 5 prefectures, did not have enough energy, or was Huang Shelley, with his supreme ability, not worth mentioning? It was the same for his strength and arrogance. But while people were surprised, they had to admit, the sword immortal who defeated the Emperor of Hell with his supreme sword really had the qualifications to be so arrogant. In the preparation area of Chu, other than the commander of the evil mask army, Wu Shi, only Yi Lan Air and Do Zhao sat side by side. The other participant, Xiang Bei, was treating his injuries on the streets of Chu. Even if he was done, he probably would not come back to watch the battle. After all, he was pressed on his face by the flame flower. Yilan Air was surprised. How dare he be so arrogant? Could it be that he was not at his peak just now? Her voice was as perfect as her face. A little soft would be too soft, a little cold would be too cold. It was this perfect feeling that caused many people to be intoxicated. But many of the nobles of Chu did not have a good impression of Yilan Air. The most important reason was that this time, the Chu emperor had directly appointed her for the unlimited number of people under 30 years old. There was no competition, nor was there a chance for anyone else. This person did not have any battle achievements and was only famous for her beauty. Who would be convinced? The great Chu did not lack Tianjiao. Those who were qualified to go on stage only felt that it was Yilan Air who took away their opportunity. No matter how beautiful she was, once she touched on personal interests, it was inevitable that people would dislike her. Of course, if there was one, there was another. Similarly, there were many people who could forgive everything when they saw Yilan Er's face. To put it bluntly, perhaps the Emperor of Chu was among them. These two attitudes were clearly displayed in the audience of the Chu state. Some of the nobles of the Chu state were like the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, following closely behind. Others were scowling, waiting for her to embarrass herself at the Yellow River meeting. Do Zhao's attitude was somewhere between the two. They were neither fawning nor hostile. When he heard that, he casually said, "Based on the intel, this Jiang Wang already has the 3 houses and 3 powers. When he fought with Qin Zhizhen just now, he opened a new manor and picked a new divine ability, but there was still one that he hadn't used yet. So of course that wasn't his peak." Yilan Er's eyes turned slightly. "You're actually concerned about this information about the intermansion stage in Tianjiao?" Do Zhao said plainly, "Any hegemon of Tianjiao, regardless of their level, is worthy of our concern. Elon nodded slightly. That's true. He didn't say anything else. He was invincible in the inner mansion of Chu, and after entering the outer mansion, he was still invincible. Yet, he still cared about the information about the inner mansion stage in Tianjiao. It could only be said that there was a reason why Do Zhao could be so strong today. Jiang Wang requested for the first seat competition to battle with the yellow relic of Juyan. Such bold words, such arrogance. The shock it caused to the people of the various countries was indescribable. For example, Jiang Shaohua of the Shun state felt a lingering fear. Speaking of which, he was related to the prime minister of Qi, Jiang Rumo. Tracing back, they were from the same clan. In terms of seniority, he and Jiang Rumo could be called brothers. However, Jiang Rumo had moved to Qi in his grandfather's generation, so he obviously wouldn't call him a brother. The Shun state, which had the support of the East King Valley, had more confidence when facing Qi than smaller countries like Rong and Su. However, it was inevitable that they would be beaten. In the main competition, he lost to Beigong Ku of the Yong state. There was nothing to say about his skills being inferior. However, if he had unfortunately met Jiang Wang, although it was a little disrespectful to think this, if the perfected cultivator was distracted for a moment, he would be dead. From this point of view, it was no wonder that Zhuang Guolin, whom Jiang Wang wanted to fight against, suffered a backlash before the battle. On the martial arts stage, Yu Qiak quietly glanced at Jiang Wang. As strong as he was, of course, he could see that Jiang Wang was still immersed in the momentum of defeating Qin Zhizhen. This was probably the reason why Jiang Wang gave up on recuperating. During the battle, Qin Zhizhen allowed Beigong Ku to use his full strength and then used his 5 prefectures to break through with one punch, establishing an invincible momentum. After that, he said that he had top-notch fist techniques and saber techniques that surpassed top-notch techniques. These were all added fuel to the fire. The invincible momentum was like a raging fire, burning fiercely. Jiang Wang defeated him, so he naturally inherited this momentum and was even above it. Above the invincible, even more invincible. His words just now did not show it on his face, but his intention was in this momentum. He clearly did not want to break this invincible momentum. Instead, he wanted to use this momentum to sweep through the Yellow River Gathering and end his title. Young people these days, Yu Qia's face was expressionless. As the host of this year's Yellow River Gathering, he only needed to respect the fairness of the Yellow River Gathering. He had no reason to target or help Tianjiao. Therefore, he only said, "The time to recuperate is the fairness that the Yellow River Gathering bestows upon you. You can choose to use it or give it up. This is your right." After this statement, he turned to look at Huang Sheli. "Since this is the case, Huang Sheli of Tianjiao from the Jing Kingdom, please come to the world stage." At that moment, Huang Sheli had just adjusted her posture to what she thought was an elegant sitting position. She was waiting for the perfected cultivator of Mount Yujing to fix her in place so that she could be elegant for a period of time. Then she heard Jiang Wang of Qi's arrogant words. Without a doubt, this arrogant side of Tianjiao was also very charming. However, when you were reduced to this arrogant background, the image was not so beautiful. Good. When the crowd heard Huang Sheli, the genius of the Jing nation, praise, they could only hear him. Her yellow robe fluttered, and she stepped into the air from the preparation area towards the martial arts stage. After all, the Yellow River Gathering was such a solemn occasion. When the Tianjiao of various countries went up to the stage, everyone kept their manners. They couldn't wait to walk up the stage step by step. No one wanted to lose their manners. Huang Sheli was the first person to step into the air from the preparation area. Her fit and beautiful figure was like a beautiful picture in the air. Walking in the air was like walking in time. Her yellow robe fluttered, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Her bronze skin seemed to be flowing with light, reflecting the radiance of the salvation and exorcism pestle in her hand. Before her thunderous voice faded, she had already stepped onto the martial arts stage. She landed in front of Jiang Wang, who had just defeated a Tianjiao cultivator. She didn't say anything more and showed her arrogance. When watching the battle, I, Huang Sheli, admire beauties. When participating in the battle, who cares about beauties? I'll break your head. I must be number one. Two gazes collided like this, silent but sparks seemed to fly. At this moment, the two people standing on the world stage. Actually, they weren't in perfect condition. Huang Shelley's thunderclap tower had been broken and couldn't be recovered in a short time. At that time, she could go against the flow for a bit more time and protect the thunderclap tower. However, she would miss the best opportunity to defeat the son of Heaven's sword. Besides, most of her killing techniques had been revealed. Her Bodhi divine ability couldn't be maintained for much longer. On Jiang Wang's side, he was no longer in his immortal state. The starlight stored in the fiery bone lotus had been depleted. His divine ability and Tao energy had been greatly depleted. He also had injuries from the bitter battle. However, the two of them stood facing each other on the martial arts stage. One of them was in high spirits with her yellow robe fluttering in the wind. The other was in a green robe, confident and calm. Everyone could only see their high-spirited temperament and their determination to win the championship. The clear light separated the two of them. It was as if Yu Xie was also worried that they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. He skipped the necessary opening. As he stood below the arena, this master from Mount Yujing, who had saved the lives of so many prodigies with a single ray of clear light, spoke in a leisurely manner. Everyone could hear him. Looking at the vastness of the world, it's almost boundless. Looking at the prosperity of the human race, it's impossible to count in trillions. In such a vast world, among the cultivators as vast as the stars, at this moment, there's only one person. He can be called number one in the inner mansion stage. He surveyed the surroundings. Who is this person? What's his name? He raised his hand high. His sleeve was like a flag in the air. Then he lowered it. Begin. The clear light on the martial arts stage suddenly disappeared. A green, oval-shaped treasure light seed suddenly appeared in Huang Shelley's eyes. The Bodhi had been opened. She stepped with both feet and was in front of Jiang Wang in an instant. She leaped high and waved her exorcism pestle. At this moment, Jiang Wang raised his eyes and looked at her. Sword radiance shone in his eyes. The green cloud imprint appeared under his feet. Crimson flames flowed around his body. Behind him, a frosty white cloak fluttered. In an instant, he was already a sword immortal in the human world. And at such a close distance, the Bodhi had opened. In the eyes of the sword radiance, she saw two faintly discernible black and white yin-yang fishes. This caused her to feel great fear. She retreated swiftly. She first rushed forward like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. At this moment, she retreated repeatedly like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. This scene seemed a little absurd, but who could underestimate her? Who possessed the inverse journey? She only made the most correct battle choice at each stage. She was unwavering and unhesitant. No matter how others saw it or thought, it was all a matter of victory. People shouldn't forget that in the battle against Zhao Ruqing, she also closed in on Zhao Ruqing, but was forced back by the Emperor's sword that had yet to be unsheathed. But in the end, the one that dissipated was the Emperor's sword, and the one that fell was Zhao Ruqing. The yellow Shelley came quickly and retreated quickly, but he didn't panic. He retreated in an orderly manner and could launch a counterattack at any time. And Jiang Wang only held the long sword in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him. His eyes, illuminated by the sword radiance, looked past the scabbard made of divine dragon wood and met the eyes of the retreating yellow Shelley. He said with emotion, "I have a sword, born of tragedy, drunk of dejection, suffering from helplessness, showing the complacency of youth. Because of the hatred between teachers and students, it became brotherhood. Tens of thousands of miles to the west and tens of thousands of miles to the east. Miss Wang, please take a look." The sword radiance came out of the scabbard. Clang! The sound shook all directions and traveled high in the sky. This roar was the sound of the world. Let the world hear it and obtain the world's fame. Along the way, old General Ji Chang's white hair showed signs of life and death Su Fong cut open his heart and raised the sword of hatred. Qing Hua Qiming leaped into Yutian. Qing Qishu died helplessly. The battle at the East Street shook Linzi. The soaring dragon realm proved invincible. The long street of Exit and city nailed Dong A, and the river viewing platform saw Xiao again. The first time he saw the long river, he was as panicked as a stray dog. The second time he saw the long river, he was already at the pinnacle of ancient times, slaying the emperor of hell. Life is so difficult. Life is so magnificent. Jiang Wang's cloak bathed in fire, and his eyes illuminated the sword radiance. In the state of a sword immortal, he mixed the light of the 4 divine abilities into one sword. This sword was divided into 2 forms, left and right. It was the human character sword. The human character supported the world, and he bravely shouldered the responsibility. Man's word was trust. He did not make promises lightly, and he kept his promises. Man was the splendor of this boundless present world, and man was even more the sorrow and joy of this boundless world. I have seen, heard, and experienced. I have loved, hated, been in pain, and laughed. I dare not speak of why man is man, but I can finally say why I want to be man. This sword was the integration of all the human Tao sword forms up until now. It was also the first time Jiang Wang used his sword to expound his understanding of the word man. This was the sword of describing Tao. People only saw that on the world stage that had witnessed ancient history. Jiang Wang stepped on green clouds, cloaked in frost wind, and bathed in scarlet fire. His sword moved forward, and the human character was divided into 2. And behind the yellow relic, a hurricane suddenly appeared. It roared like a tornado, connecting the heavens and the earth, and instantly swept forward, but it was divided into 2. Compared to the roaring tornado, which covered the sky and covered the earth, Jiang Wang, cloaked in fire and walking on clouds, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, the wind went around him, and the fire went around him. The seen wind that engulfed everything was directly divided in front of Jiang Wang's sword radiance. It seemed that Jiang Wang's sword had cut open the hurricane tornado, and then in this collapsing wind and fire, he resolutely moved forward. Where the frost-white cloak fluttered, the wind was also calm. When the scarlet fire soared, the fire was also extinguished. The seen wind, which had the widest range and the most cooperative battle, could not block the Buzhou wind, which had the greatest killing power in a single collision. Moreover, Jiang Wang's Buzhou wind had merged with the life-ending nail of death. As for the so-called heavenly fire that the seen wind summoned, it was just ordinary fire. In front of the true Samadhi fire, it could not raise the slightest storm. The sword immortal state unified all of Jiang Wang's power, using the sword to perform 10,000 techniques, including Tao techniques, swordsmanship, and supernatural powers. Carrying the invincible momentum after defeating the Emperor of Hell, the human character sword continued to move forward. Qi Huang Relic opened his mouth and spoke the Sanskrit of salvation. One sound was like 1,000 sounds, shaking the ears, intimidating the heart, triggering the Sanskrit chants in the void, injuring the spirit and destroying the will, seizing the sound to save life. In her right hand held the demon-subduing pestle and knocked the Buddha's head, clang. The bell of the ancient temple deep in the mountain rang, and the Bodhisattva urged the sea of bitterness to turn back. Great Mercy Salvation Sutra. At the same time, her left hand reached out, as if holding a baby, full of compassion. It was the 16 scattered skills to save the world, to seize the sword hilt. Under the state of Bodhi divine power, Huang Relic could do everything in an instant. But the sword had already arrived. This sword was the person of the world. This sword was the person's life. What Tao do I seek? What path do I take? Who am I? This sword was like a person supporting the world. Huang Relic's left hand, which was trying to snatch the sword, was instantly cut off. The faint Sanskrit chants in the void and the ancient temple bell that resounded throughout the world were all shattered by the sword's chime. Jiang Wang, who who had glimpsed the Tao law of a perfected Lord and created the immortal state, would of course not be affected by the bell chime. He, whose soul power was stronger than Xiang Bei's, would not be unable to withstand the Great Mercy Salvation Sutra. More importantly, although Huang Relic's powers were well coordinated, they were, after all, separated. Jiang Wang, who was in the state of the Sword Immortal, was now in one body. The outcome of the sword had been decided, and life and death would be decided in an instant. Looking at the 5 fingers that were cut off, Huang Relic's eyes did not show any pain. There were only thousands of flowing lights and countless fragmented scenes that appeared and disappeared. The flickering light and passing shadows were like a dream, and the waves were like the river of time. She was walking in time. The 5 fingers that were cut off flew back. The clear and melodious sword chime was already silent, and the fragmented bell chime was heard again. Everything was spinning in reverse. Everything was rewinding, including the long sword that was like flowing light and frost, including the sword immortal who was walking on clouds. Rewinding, rewinding. She was strolling in time, walking in the rewinding scenes. However, in her beautiful eyes, there was always a green, oval-shaped seed, floating and sinking. It was the Bodhi divine ability that was madly operating, helping her to sort out the river of time, and also helping her to find the best time to attack. Rewinding. She returned to the very beginning, when the clear light that belonged to perfected Lord Yuqian had just dissipated. This was already the limit, because it was impossible for her to use perfected Lord and I lose power. And she walked all the way back to the very beginning in the river of time. It could only mean that in this reverse journey, with her current state, she was unable to find a way to resist the sword immortal. If she wanted to defeat Jiang Wang, she could only do it in front of this sword. Everything had to start new. For the people outside the arena, they had witnessed Huang Relic's miraculous journey back in time. However, for Jiang Wang on the arena, it was just the beginning. Huang Relic let out a hiss and caused the chanting to start. He held the Salvation Demon, subduing Pestle, in front of him, and the triangular awl that represented the 3 worlds directly pierced into the ground. It hung 3 inches above the ground. The head of the yellow-faced Buddha was facing Jiang Wang. Huang Relic's left hand was placed in front of him, and his right hand gently pressed down on the head of the Buddha, as if to shelter it from the sun and rain. His 5 prefectures shook, and his Tao essence surged. The head of the yellow-faced Buddha seemed to have thousands of different expressions in an instant. It seemed to be happy and smiling, angry and scolding, worried and frowning, fearful and cowering, loving and affectionate, distancing and love-struck. Then it instantly disappeared. The terrifying power of the emotional breakdown was like a roaring sea, overturning the arena and boiling in all directions. This was a boundless sea of bitterness. This was a cage of the human world. It made one unable to escape, and it made one unable to be saved. Being alive was torture. This was the trump card that Huang Fu had personally designed for Bei Nu. Called Buddha, unfortunately, the Thunderclap Tower could not be repaired for the time being. Otherwise, its power could be increased by another level. This was the so-called. The 7 emotions were extinguished, and everything was empty. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and I became a Buddha. When I became a Buddha, you would drown in the sea of bitterness and drown in it. In the sea of bitterness that roared. Everyone only saw that the eyes of the green-robed Jiang Wang instantly shone with sword light. He was covered in frost wind, bathed in scarlet fire, and stepped on the green clouds. His left hand was placed in front of him, and he suddenly pulled out his sword. There were 2 sword moves, 1 stroke and 1 restraint. The man that supported the world. It was the man's sword. This sword immortal, who was covered in wind and fire, advanced courageously in the vast sea of bitterness. This extremely resplendent sword rode the wind and broke the waves. Life was in the sea of bitterness, but humans always moved forward. In an instant, the sword had arrived and split into 2. The sea of bitterness was broken, and the Buddha was destroyed. The boundless sea of bitterness was cut by the sword. The tip of the sword was pointed at Huang Relic's throat. In Huang Relic's eyes, thousands of lights were flowing, and time was flowing backward, retreating, retreating. The cold feeling on his neck had dissipated, and the long sword had been retracted. The sea of bitterness rippled, and then disappeared. Back to the beginning. Huang Relic held her salvation demon, subduing pestle, and stared at the green-robed Jiangwang. She knew very well that this was the last time she would go against the flow. In the process of going against the flow, she had a deeper understanding of Jiangwang's terror. Every time they started again, he continued with his previous choice without any deviation or hesitation. He would instantly show the state of a sword immortal. He would directly bathe in wind and fire and slash out with the man's sword. What was more terrifying than strength was this unwavering certainty. Without a doubt, this was Jiang Wang's way of dealing with the supernatural power of going against the flow. On the stage, he only used one sword move, an all-out sword move. No matter how many times you come back, I will kill you with this move. What kind of courage was this? What kind of confidence was this? Everything started again. This time, Huang Relic did not move first, and Jiang Wang's eyes were already shining with sword light. It was that sword move again. Huang Relic looked at Jiang Wang at this moment. She looked at the true samadhi fire surrounding his body, the Buzhou wind behind him, the sword light shining in his eyes, and the mysterious black and white yin-yang fish in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already shown the body of a sword immortal. He held his sword in front of him and said with emotion, "I have a sword move. It started from tragedy, drunk from poverty, suffering from helplessness, showing the pride of youth, because of the hatred between teachers and students, and became brothers. I traveled tens of thousands of miles to the west and fought alone for a few years. Miss Wang, please take a look. The sword came out of its scabbard. No need." Huang Relic casually put away the salvation demon, subduing pestle, and opened her hands, indicating that she had given up. She smiled and looked at Jiang Wang. "I thought highly of you from the beginning, so I'll let you have the title of champion." The sound of the sword stopped abruptly. The sword immortal who was bathing in wind and fire stopped halfway. He looked suspiciously at Huang Relic and then at Yu Qie, who was hosting the competition. He was obviously still a little confused. "I haven't finished my sword move, and you've already surrendered? This is the title of champion of the Yellow River Gathering. This is the fight for the title of world #1. Are you really not going to try harder?" However, Yu Qie's announcement had already sounded. The winner of this battle is Jiang Wang, Qi. The title of champion of the Inner Mansion is Qi. Jiang Wang blinked, feeling that everything was going so smoothly that it was a little unreal. Of course, he was sure that he could win. Of course, he believed that he was the world #1. But this was too easy for Huang Relic. The result of the battle had not changed at all after 2 replays. She was sure that at least in the current situation, the result could not be changed. Then, she would face it calmly. She had already tried her best. What else did she want? It was just that she had originally wanted to play a prank on Jiang Wang in order to get back at him for saying no need before the battle. But for some reason, when he saw Jiang Wang's confused look, the regret of losing first place in his heart faded by a lot. Huang Relic smiled freely and strode forward. She went around Chang Xiangxi and held Jiang Wang's hand. She shook it twice. "I'm very convinced that you won the title of champion. I'm Huang Relic from the Jing Kingdom. I'm just 20 years old this year. Let's be friends in the future." At this time, the title of champion had been decided, and the other party was so friendly. Jiang Wang was not a rude person, but he was still in the state of invincibility. Moreover, he had no place to release his sore intent, so he could not react. He could only say awkwardly, "Well said, well said." Huang Relic did not take advantage of him. She let go of his hand after touching his hand, turned around, and walked down the stage. She left Jiang Wang alone on the martial arts stage to witness time and glory, to welcome the glory that belonged to the champion. At the state of Qi's spectator area, Zhongshuan Sheng suddenly stood up and took a step to the back of the spectator area before he utilized the divine ability, Heavenly Transformation, and then his face flushed red as he roared at the top of his lungs. "What's his name?" Then, in the space surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions, there was a tsunami of cheers. "Jiang Wang! Jiang Wang! Jiang Wang!" Chapter 1177. Su Xianqian's feelings were complicated. Jiang Wang repeatedly slashed out 3 times with the peak state of the human sword. There was no deviation, no weakening. In the end, he won the battle without any dispute. He might have won the most important title in the history of the Yellow River Gathering, or at least the top 3 in history. As the other pride of the 2 prides of Horse Rushing Mountain, he felt honored and naturally cheered for this. He was already full of energy, but the fat man just shook his body and jumped to the back. Before he could open his mouth, his ears were almost deafened by the loud sound that followed. How shameless! How could he do such a thing? He actually used the celestial phenomenon to shout, and it was so simple and untalented, mediocre and superficial. How could he match the prestige of the 2 prides of Horse Rushing Mountain? In fact, as talented as he was, he had already written the slogan for Jiang Wang's victory. So he opened his mouth and wanted to fight for it again, but he was immediately drowned out by the overwhelming cheers. The whole world stage was shouting Jiang Wang's name everywhere. They thanked him for contributing such exciting battles one after another. They thanked him for inheriting the will of the human race's ancestors and showing off on the river viewing platform. They thanked him for showing the Tianjiao of the human race to the long river dragon god with his undoubted strength. From the battle of the divine soul with North Xiang, which was beyond the inner mansion level, to the world-shocking battle with Qin Zhizhen, the emperor of hell, and then to the battle of the championship. When he went back in time, he defeated Huang Shelley 3 times with 1 sword. Every battle was full of significance, and every battle was the best performance. His talent, his willpower, his talent, and his strength were worthy of his name. He was really the best in the world. The cheers rose and fell, and they didn't stop for a long time. At this moment, Chao Jie stood up from his seat and held a rolled-up flag with both hands. He held it high and walked toward the world stage step by step. "Jiang Wang," he said loudly, "show the flag for the Qi." The cheers that came from all directions also receded like the tide. Jiang Wang stood alone on the world stage and received all the gazes. The weight of thousands of gazes was added to him. Envy, jealousy, worship, yearning. From now on, he had to get used to it because he was truly the #1 inner palace in the world. He was the strongest inner mansion realm cultivator among the hundreds of countries in the modern world and countless prodigies. It was the brightest star in the boundless night sky. When the stars were shining, he was the most dazzling. He quietly watched as Chao Jie walked over. He watched as the rolled-up purple flag slowly drew closer. The commander of the Qi's Spring Death Army, the current enlightened Master Chao Jie, personally came out with the flag. He should know the importance of this flag. Ever since Qi established his hegemony, how many people had died on the stage of Tianjiao? How many heroes had died with their eyes wide open? This was the first title of champion. It was not that Qi was not strong. Tianjiao was not strong, and Tianjiao cherished their lives. It was just that when Tianjiao gathered, everyone had a reason to fight for first place. Everyone was a 1 in a million Tianjiao. Sometimes, life and death, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. Hard work was not enough to win, and hard work was not enough to reach the end. Sometimes, luck was also needed to fight for first place. Qi's luck in the Yellow River Gathering was not good enough. Even someone as strong as Yung Genzuan, who could be said to be invincible in Tianjiao, lost the title of champion in this year's gathering. Jiang Wang also met Xiang Bei, Qin Zhizhen, and Huang Shelley. It could be said that he had the luck of death. Many Qi people did not have much hope. In the end, he became braver and stronger as he fought, and defeated Tianjiao to win first place. It was especially shocking. Chao Jie walked closer, and so did the purple flag. Jiang Wang stretched out his hands and said solemnly, "Jiang Wang, take the flag." He took the flag and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. After handing over the flag, Chao Jie immediately turned around. Even a powerful person like him would not compete with the champion of the Yellow River Gathering at this time. After walking down the martial arts stage, Chao Jie bowed to Yu Qian and said, "Thank you, perfected cultivator Yu." Yu Qian nodded slightly with a solemn expression as a response. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at the martial arts stage. In front of Jiang Wang, streaks of clear light condensed into a staircase. The clear light staircase extended infinitely high into the sky, as if it was connected to the end of the sky. The staircase to heaven was in front of him. Jiang Wang held the flag in his hand and stepped on the clear light staircase. He walked up step by step. He walked faster and faster, higher and higher. Gradually, he became a black dot in the eyes of the people. The 6 sides surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions had quietly turned into walls of flowing light. They were no longer the corners of the 6 Supremes' dragon robes. Jiang Wang walked higher and higher. He was getting further and further away from the eager gazes and cheers. When he looked around, he could not see anything except for the pillars of 6 directions and the 6 walls of flowing light. There was only the clear light staircase under his feet, the purple flag in his hand, and the longing at his waist. The higher he went, the more lonely he felt. Rumble, rumble. He seemed to hear the angry roar of the long river. But when he listened carefully, it was silent again. Suddenly, it was like someone was reading something out loud, but he could not hear it clearly. Gradually, these sounds disappeared. Up he went, up he went, up he went, up he went alone. It was like a person walking in the endless night, trying hard to chisel out the first ray of light. The first person to reach the top of the mountain gave birth to the first dream of mankind. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice asked. This voice was ancient and vast, as if it had flowed through countless years, and as if it contained everything in the world. It was close to his ear, but also far away. "Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang replied loudly. The voice asked again, "What do you want?" Jiang Wang said, "I have won the title of champion. I will ascend to the sky and display the flag." "Here it is." A sigh was finally heard. Jiang Wang looked up again and found that he had reached the end of the clear light staircase. In front of him was a circular flag platform. It was like a river observation platform that had been shrunk many times. The circular hole in the middle was also surrounded by 6 pillars. Jiang Wang erected the flag in his hand and inserted the flagpole into the circular hole on the flag platform. He held the flag with his right hand and spread it high. That purple, supreme, and noble flag fluttered in the air just like that. A purple dragon proudly soared on the flag. Its scales and claws were all visible, and its eyes were divine. The dragon's head and tail formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, surrounded by the purple dragon, was a bright purple star. It was supreme and noble, illuminating the world. This was the Ziwei Zhongtian imperial flag that represented the Qi Empire. The moment the Ziwei Zhongtian imperial flag fluttered on the flag platform. Inside the world stage, people could already see the image of the Ziwei Zhongtian royal flag on the curtain wall, where Son of Heaven Qi's Dharma form was standing. The 6 walls surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions were empty, and there were only faint flowing lights. Only Eastern Qi's side was covered with the flag that represented the Qi Empire. This was a great honor. Everyone present stood up and saluted the curtain wall. Chao Jie raised his voice and said, "How magnificent, my great Qi!" Everyone cheered, strong to Qi. At the end of the heaven stage, Jiang Wang, who had erected the Ziwei Zhongtian imperial flag, saw a light spot falling from an unknown place and imprinting itself in between his eyebrows. What was this? He did not have time to think. In the next moment, he had already returned to the world platform. The heaven stage had disappeared, and there was silence everywhere. The Ziwei Zhongtian imperial flag that represented the Qi Empire was fluttering on the river observation platform. Jiang Wang looked in the direction of the Qi people and smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. What welcomed him was the cheers of the Qi people for a long time. There were countless Tianjiao countries in the world. In more than 10 years, there were only 3 champions. This year, there were only 2. One of the Qi people had won. It was a glory that would be difficult to achieve again. In the history books of the Qi people, there would be a record of this. The Qi, Yuanfeng's 55th year, 12th of July. Jiang Wang of Qingyang town of the Qi won the championship of the intermansion competition on the river observation platform and displayed the flag of the country. Not to mention the Qi people and the champion. There was glory in every competition. As the host of the Yellow River Gathering, Yu Qian announced, "The champion of the intermansion competition has been decided. We will continue the Tianjiao gathering tomorrow. Everyone, Lord Yu, please report." A voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Wang on the stage suddenly turned around. This voice was like a sharp sword that cut through the sky, cutting through heaven and earth, and cutting through people's hearts. It was too sharp. It easily cut through the boiling emotions of the people who were still seething over the title of champion. It coldly and mercilessly cut into everyone's ears. To Jiang Wang, this voice was too familiar. How many times had it roared in his memories? How many times had it echoed in his ears? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw. A young man in white walked in from the entrance from the northeast. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, lips, and even his long hair gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness. His eyes were warm, cold, and naive. It was hard to believe that such contradictory and complicated feelings were brought about by the same pair of eyes. However, this person walked in and said to Lord Yu Qian, "Why wait until tomorrow?" What did he mean? Everyone was inexplicably surprised. This scene, this momentum, and these words made people faintly guess, but no one dared to be sure. That was too absurd and unbelievable. Li Yi, Golden Crown priest Niamo Duo, was shocked. He spoke for the first time today in the Moon Nation's preparation area. "You are Taiyu?" How could he not know Li Yi, who had the highest achievement in the Dao sword of the world? The Dao sword technique had long replaced the famous flying sword technique of an era. However, the Dao sword technique had gradually withered and become a minority. This was also the evolution of cultivation history. Li Yi was once seen as the only person who could bring the Dao sword technique back to glory. His sword was incomparably sharp, and he had many glorious achievements. Even Golden Crown priest Niamo Duo had met him before. Although they did not fight, he already knew who he was. However, Li Yi was clearly born in a small country that had already perished. When did he become a person of Jing? That's right. Li did not say anything. On Jing's preparation area, the commander of the Divine Will Army, Xian Nankue, stood up and said with a red face, "Jing's Li Yi. Daoist name is Taiyu. 5 days ago, he was conferred a title at Daoyuo Mountain. To be conferred a title at Daoyuo Mountain, there was no need to doubt Li Yi's background. He was originally a loner, as if he did not belong to any sect or faction. Now, it seemed that he was a spy of Jing. Jing had abandoned the outer tower and the inner mansion, but the representative of Tianjiao, who was under 30 years old, did not appear. Throughout the Yellow River Gathering, the arrogant people of Jing were silent. From the beginning to the end, Xian Nankue sat alone on the preparation area and did not have any presence. However, the moment he spoke, the world was shocked. It showed how domineering Jing was. A perfected person who was conferred a title at Daoyuo Mountain. He was actually the representative of Jing in the Yellow River Gathering, the Tianjiao, who was under 30 years old. What did this mean? Xian Nankue looked around and suddenly laughed. Li Yi was born in the year 3890 of the Taoist calendar. If you don't believe me, you can check his blood to see his age. In fact, he had received the news very late. The shock he felt at that time was indescribable. However, now that he had thrown out this shocking feeling, it was very comfortable. A perfected person's age could naturally be seen at a glance. However, Li Yi was also a perfected person, so it was impossible for others to see through him. It was not a problem to throw out a drop of blood, and it was enough to identify the authenticity. However, no one asked for the blood. This was because the 6 supreme martial artists were still present, and Chang'e Dragon God was also present. If Li Yi's age was not real, it would be impossible to hide it. However, what did this mean? A perfected person who was under 30 years old had already broken the record of cultivation history. He was the youngest perfected person in history. Jiang Wang stood on the stage and heard someone exclaim, "This is the first cultivator in history to become a perfected person before the age of 30. There were even people who could not believe it. He's only 29 years old. How is this possible? However, there was only one thought in Jiang Wang's mind. It was probably more than that. He would never forget the battle that he had listened to in the Enita temple. That battle had truly opened his vast understanding of the transcendent world. It was because he had inherited the meridian unlocking pill and the moon key that he had stepped into the transcendent world and started a new life. However, all the way until now, when he looked back at Zhuo Guanglia, he still felt that Tianjiao was dazzling. Zhuo Guanglia had already achieved the first place when he was 15 years old. The longer he cultivated, the more he knew how talented and powerful Zhuo Guanglia was. Even now, he had yet to master the flame flower incineration. However, to be able to chop off Zhuo Guanglia's head, at that time, Li Yi had probably already attained Insight Realm. In other words, Li Yi did not attain Insight Realm at the age of 29. Instead, he became a perfected person at the age of 27 at the latest. Compared to him, Jing was Zhao Xianyang and Chunyu Gui were indeed not worth mentioning. On the other hand, the other Tianjiao people under the age of 30 who did not have any restrictions, it was difficult to compare them. In the era of Tianjiao people who attained divine advent before the age of 30, they were regarded as the top Tianjiao. Li Yi attained Insight Realm at the same age. Chao Jie, who was still standing below the martial arts arena, narrowed his eyes. 5 days ago, at this time, the battle behind the door of 10,000 demons had just ended. It could even be said that it was the second day after Jing was death in the battle in Tianjiao's inner palace. In other words, after Jing was death in the battle in Tianjiao's inner palace, he immediately used Li Yi as a spy, all for the sake of securing the title of the strongest Tianjiao. A perfected person was indeed capable of doing so. However, such a young and terrifying perfected person who had created history had always hidden his identity and traveled alone in the world. He definitely had a far-reaching plan. Was it really worth it for Jing Guo to expose him now? Perhaps not only that, but there might also be reasons other than the Yellow River gathering. Chao Jie smiled and did not say anything. Regardless of whether Jing Guo was worth it or not, Qi was already worth it. The only 2 champions of this year's competition were Jiang Wang and the youngest perfected person in history. Qi Jing was considered to be on par with him. At this moment, Xian Nankui's introduction had ended, and Li Yi, the perfected person of Taiyu, continued to walk forward. You said, "Why wait until tomorrow?" What do you mean? Yu Qian looked at Li Yi and asked in confirmation. Li Yi said very calmly, "My time is very precious, and I don't want to waste it on these people. I hope that today, in this battle, this matter will be resolved." His voice was too calm, and it became sharper and sharper. Everyone was already so shocked that they could not speak. Many people were secretly sizing up the other Tianjiao, people who did not have any restrictions. Ji Zhaonan was expressionless, and a splendid spear on his knees swirled with snow-white light. Murong Long's eyes were cold and solemn, and he unnaturally emitted a murderous aura that caused the surrounding space to faintly distort. Yilan had a smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes. Huang Budong finally stopped being in a daze. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. His 5 fingers were bent and raised one by one. It seemed like he was counting something, but no one knew what he was counting. The face of the present world's oracle was still hidden in the cloak, but he had already changed from sitting cross-legged to sitting upright. 5 fingers facing the sky, a slightly bent thumb. This was the gesture of pilgrimage to the Tsang-Tu temple. Apart from the sky prides of the 5 hegemonic nations, the other 2 winners of the unrestricted arena's main competition also had different performances. Zhang Sun of the Dan Nation had a firm expression on his face, and he did not make a sound. Chun Siwu of the Song Nation, who achieved Dao with 5 shots, gently adjusted his Confucian hat. Li Yi did not look at these so-called strongest Tianjiao people under the age of 30 and continued to walk forward. Finally, he reached the martial arts stage and raised his head to look at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, who was still standing on the stage, lowered his head to look at him. Chao Jia looked at him quietly. He was not worried that Li Yi would attack Jiang Wang on the Riverview platform for no reason. But even if there was any pressure from words or aura, he would not agree. Your name is Jiang Wang, right? Li Yi asked. He did not have any intention of fighting with him. Jiang Wang only replied with one word, yes. This is the second time we meet. Li Yi said lightly, my sword was humming because of you just now. He was just stating a fact, and there was no special meaning behind it. But those who heard this could not help but feel surprised. The youngest perfected person of the present world actually knew the world's #1 intermansion expert. It sounded like there was a history between them. And he just said that his sword was humming because of Jiang Wang, who was in the intermansion realm. Such a statement was undoubtedly a great honor for many people. Jiang Wang's eyes were calm, and there was no joy or sorrow. He just held his sword and said, long time no see. To be precise, this was the first time he saw Li Yi's face. But Li Yi's voice had been echoing in his memory countless times. He could never forget this sharpness. There is no doubt that this person's name was the peak that left the deepest impression on him so far. This person was the goal that he was chasing after on his long journey. When he became a transcendent, he thought that one day he would be the same as Li Yi. Li Yi had no intention of exchanging pleasantries, or rather, he did not know what pleasantries were. He just continued, I look forward to the 3rd time we meet. You can tell me why my sword is humming. Jiang Wang said that they had not met for a long time, but it had only been 2 years. The first time they met, he was a dying child beggar waiting for death. He did not allow him to live, nor did he kill him. He let nature take its course. The second time they met, he was already the world's #1 intermansion expert, and his sword was humming with his full strength. So he said that he looked forward to the 3rd time they met. But at least for now, the world's #1 intermansion expert was not qualified to give him an answer. Jiang Wang still stood upright and said neither servile nor overbearing. I also look forward to the 3rd time we meet. I can give you an answer. Many people probably thought that Li Yi was being polite, and Jiang Wang was too arrogant after winning the championship. But Li Yi never said polite words, and Jiang Wang really believed in himself. Only the 2 of them knew where and when their first meeting was. Li Yi smiled. This smile was like that of a naive child who got the answer he wanted, but it quickly faded away, because it dissipated too decisively. It made this smile, in addition to the naivety, also have a sense of indifference. This was a naive and ruthless person. He bent his index finger and pointed at the martial arts arena. Your battle is over. Now it's my turn. How about it? This was a questioning tone. Jiang Wang smiled. Okay. So he walked down the martial arts arena. One in white, the other in green. The 2 of them, one on top and one on bottom, crossed each other. It was like some kind of ritual handover. But many people knew in their hearts that one paragon had left the stage and another was on the stage. Now, Li Yi, dressed in white, was standing on the stage under the sky, welcoming the gazes from all directions. There were many people who liked to wear white and wore it very well, even in this scene. For example, Pavilion Master Yi Lingxiao was confident and unrestrained, extraordinarily handsome, and had the air of an immortal. Ji Zhaonan, the spear master of the Shaohua spear, was very much in line with the image of a white-robed general with a white horse and a silver spear that often appeared in storytellers. Yung Ginzuan, who stole the brilliance of his peers, was different. He was elegant like a noble young master in the chaotic world, peerless in his generation. And Li Yi, dressed in white, gave people the feeling that he was simple, that kind of simplicity without a trace of impurities. He was so sharp, so pure and sharp. Just standing on a martial arts arena had already cut countless gazes. Still below the stage, Yu Qian said indifferently, "The Yellow River Gathering has its own rules. If the other participants in Tianjiao agree, then this seat will also approve. If one person disagrees, Taiyu, you can come again tomorrow." Even if everyone knew that when Li Yi, who had ascended to true enlightenment, arrived, the Yellow River Gathering would have no restrictions for those under 30 years old. No matter how peerless Tianjiao was, the gap between divine advent and true enlightenment could not be closed. But the Yellow River Gathering still had its own rules that needed to be respected. Of course, if all the participants agreed not to waste time and to start the competition in advance today, then that would be a different matter. Just like how Jiang Wang voluntarily gave up recuperation time, it was also up to him. They will agree, because now is the only chance. The present world's youngest perfected master said calmly on the stage, "If today is a battle, whoever can take my sword, I will give up the title of champion." Li Yi, the perfected master of Taiyu, stated his conditions. One sword. People were so shocked that they did not know what to say. But this was not the end. On the martial arts arena, Li looked around with a gaze that was so calm that it was almost warm. It seemed like he was finally looking at his opponents, but there was clearly no one in his eyes. "Who will go first?" he asked. "Or all of you together?" He simply looked down on the heroes of the world. But people couldn't help but think. Although it was difficult to surpass the gap between divine advent and true enlightenment, if the 7 strongest Tianjiao under the age of 30 in the world could join forces, it might not be impossible to win. Ji Zhaonan, who was wearing a white robe and holding a frost spear, was the first to stand up. He stood in front of Qi's preparation area and stared at Li Yi on the martial arts arena with his cold eyes. "I disdain to bully others with numbers. I can't fight true enlightenment with divine advent. In today's battle, I, Ji Zhaonan, am not as strong as others, so I will give up." But Li Yi, the Shaohua spear in his hand flashed. "You humiliated me today. When I ascend to true enlightenment in the future, I will definitely fight today." His voice was like the sound of a spear. A life and death battle had been set. At that time, there would be no perfected cultivator to protect his life. He held the Shaohua spear and left the stage. Li glanced at the proud and lonely back and did not say anything. The second person to stand up was Jing Kingdom's Murong Longqian. If there's anything to do on the battlefield, thousands of soldiers and horses will not be restrained. Even if there's nothing to do on the martial arts arena, it should be a life and death battle. He looked at Li Yi coldly. "The title is yours. But on the path of cultivation, it's inevitable to be first and last. On the path of life and death, you and I will treat each other equally. We have a long future ahead of us." After saying that, he turned around. At this time, Jiang Wang, who had already walked to Chao Jie's side, finally understood something. Was Ji Zhaonan afraid of death? Was Ji Zhaonan afraid of losing face? None of them. He stood on the platform and represented Qi in the Battle of the Yellow River. But first, he had to consider Qi's interests. So he left a promise of another day and left first. Just like Murong Longqian, it had always been said that the Battle of the Yellow River was another form of war. The martial arts arena was also a battlefield. But Murong Longqian emphasized that the battlefield was the battlefield and the martial arts arena was the martial arts arena. He wanted to erase the impression that Jing Kingdom was suppressing the world. No matter what, they couldn't besiege Li Yi on the arena. There were so many Tianjiao present. If they really besieged Li Yi on the arena, it was tantamount to besieging Jing Kingdom. Even if Jing Kingdom lost, it was still a victory. If he won, his momentum would be unparalleled. Murong Longqian also chose to give up the competition and told the world that Li Yi was strong. He was just one step ahead on the path of cultivation. This time, the kingdom of Jing had only won the title of champion. It was no different from the kingdom of Qi's title. Li Yi, or rather, the Jing kingdom, represented by Li Yi, was creating a momentum that could overturn the world. But Ji Zhaonan and Murong Longqian refused. Sigh. Chu Kingdom's Yi Lan Air sighed. Her sigh almost broke the hearts of the listeners. She stood up slowly. Yi Lan Air is deeply indebted to the emperor. I have nothing to say. Jing Kingdom won the title because of Taiyu. I'll skip the banquet. She also turned around and left. Huang Budong finally finished counting his fingers. He was stunned for a moment and said, I'm not lucky. He seemed to be even older. He stood up and left. As for Tsang Yun, who was known as the messenger of the present world, he retracted his hand gesture and left without saying a word. Golden Crown Priest Naemo Duo announced on his behalf. Mu Kingdom has forfeited the competition. Jing Kingdom has forfeited 2 matches. We will also forfeit 1 match. This is considered an explanation. His expression was holy. His tone was generous. Cheng Gung Sheng, who had already withdrawn from the law phenomenon, was amazed. Although Cheng Gung Sheng's face was not inferior, his courage was not comparable. How would he dare to act so shamelessly in the Yellow River gathering? It could only be said that the divine light of Tsang Tu God was indeed powerful. Based on Naemo Duo's words, it sounded like Mu Kingdom was much stronger than Jing Kingdom. However, Jing Kingdom could not refute him. Although the nature was different, although Jing Kingdom had forfeited 2 matches, it was precisely to accumulate momentum and overturn the world in 1 match. But if they were to really talk about it, 2 matches were indeed more than 1. The 5 hegemonic nations cupped their hands and gave up the title of unrestricted field. It was true that Li Yi's cultivation was unrivaled among those under 30 years old. However, it also meant that they were not going to play with him. Li Yi did not say a word about this. With the geniuses of the overlord nations leaving one after another, it was naturally impossible for them to surround and attack Yi Futian. Chen Siwu of Song Kingdom sat upright. When he was crowned, he already had the will to die. However, after the overlord Tianzhao left one after another, a smile appeared on his face. He said casually, Taiyu Jinren deserves the title of unrestricted field. I am sincerely convinced. I will watch from below the stage and congratulate him. This was also admitting defeat. Now, only Zhang Sun of Dan Kingdom was left. He could be said to be the Tianjiao that was least expected in the unrestricted field. He had fought his way into the competition and won with difficulty. However, it was precisely his eyes that were filled with fighting spirit. Just as Li Yi had said before, at this moment, if Dan Kingdom could withstand his sword, then Dan Kingdom would be the champion. Of course, the other overlords disdained to fight for the title in this way. The few peerless Tianjiao would not go up the stage with the goal of withstanding one sword strike. However, for Dan Kingdom, the temptation was too great. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth. Zhang Sun, Dan Kingdom's prime minister, Fei Nanhua, looked at him and shook his head. Zhang Sun was silent for a while. The fighting spirit in his eyes finally faded. Fei Nanhua turned to look at the martial arts arena. He is not even 30 years old and has already reached the insight realm. Taiyu Jinren deserves the title of champion. Dan Kingdom's Tianjiao also admits defeat. If Jiang Wang had created the record of the fastest victory in the history of the Battle of the Yellow River, Taiyu Jinren Li Yi had not only broken this record, but also created the record of the fastest victory in history. Dressed in white, Tianjiao of other kingdoms avoided him. The gap between Insight Realm and Immortal Arrival was indeed a crushing one that could not be overcome. The 6 supreme martial artists did not express their opinions. No one else was qualified to speak. Yu Chia looked around and said, "The champion of the limitless arena is Li Yi of Jing Kingdom." The people of Jing Kingdom, who had been suppressed for a few days, naturally cheered. Taiyu Jinren had appeared out of nowhere and crushed the entire arena. He had won the championship without using a single sword. This achievement would definitely be engraved in history. The people of Jing Kingdom were also proud of it. Only Li Yi, who was standing on a martial arts arena, remained calm. There was almost no emotion in his eyes. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. He stood in the center of the world, but it was as if he was an outsider. Jiang Wang, who was below the arena, suddenly remembered that when Gong Yangbai, Imo, Jingyu, and the others left at Huanjin Temple, Li Yi had softly shouted, "Bang!" He had felt his loneliness. Xian Nankue coughed and said, "Li Yi, raise the flag for our Jing kingdom." Just like Chao Jie, he held the flag with both hands and walked to the front of the arena step by step. Li still did not speak. He took the flag with one hand and threw it into the sky. It was as if he was throwing a javelin at the heavens. This flag was suddenly far away. There was no need for it to be at the heavens. In a flash, the people saw a flag engraved on the curtain wall in the northeast where Emperor Jing's Dharma idol stood. It was a black dragon and a white dragon. The dragon's tail was intertwined, the dragon's body was curled, and the dragon's head was looking in different directions. Together, they formed a circle. It was the yin-yang roaming dragon flag. Amidst the cheers of the people of Jing Kingdom, Li Yi stood up and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the Dharma idols of the 6 supreme martial artists were hidden. Changha Dragon God, who was watching the competition, had also disappeared. The people were still cheering, regretting, and making noise. The Yellow River meeting had ended. Jiang Wang stood below the arena. He was still thinking about Li Yi and the promise of a third meeting. Suddenly, a group of people rushed to him. Cheng Gung Sheng, Li Longchuan, Yin Fu, Su Xiangqian. Everyone was smiling. "Do you remember? Do you remember, Jiang Wang? Do you remember what I said to you?" Zhong Xiansheng had a rare expression of excitement. His fat face was red, and this red color seemed to have dyed his eyes as well. "You will be the focus of everyone's attention. You will become the pride of the Qi nation. You did it. You did it." Su Xiangqian's forehead was shining. He laughed loudly. "Today we, the 2 prides of Horse Mountain, are famous." Yin Fu smiled warmly. "Before we came, I had booked all the restaurants in Feng City. We will hold a banquet for 3 days. No one is allowed to sit at the table to celebrate your victory. It has been a tough journey. Now that you have won the championship, it is time to rest. Wherever you go, we will be drunk." Zhao Wuyin gently pressed on Ji Shu's shoulder. Ji Shu lowered her head for a long time. Finally, she looked up at Jiang Wang. "You are amazing." Some people were celebrating, some were crying, some were cheering, and some were leaving alone. Among the retreating Mu team, Helian Yunyun smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to say a few words?" Zhao Ruqing looked away and shook his head with a smile. "He has many good friends and a bright future. He will never be unhappy again." Zhao Ruqing. Suddenly, he heard a shout. He turned his head to look. In the crowd, Jiang Wang stood on his tiptoes and looked at him from afar. He opened his hands like a trumpet and asked loudly, "Who is my brother?" Zhao Ruqing's face was still pale from his injuries, but he smiled brightly. He also cupped his hands in front of his mouth and shouted, "You are." Jiang Wang asked loudly, "Who am I?" Zhao Ruqing shouted repeatedly, "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." The 2 of them did not get close. They just shouted at each other across the crowd. It was very childish, but this childish behavior was probably only seen when one was young. Next to Zhao Ruqing was Princess Helian Yunyun of Mu Country. Next to her was a nun wearing a cloak. There were too many people looking at him. Jiang Wang could not distinguish them one by one. He just smiled and nodded at them as a greeting. Helian Yunyun returned a very gentle smile. The nun seemed to be stunned for a moment and also nodded at him. Jiang Wang made a gesture to Zhao Ruqing, indicating that they would see each other tomorrow. This kind of gesture was also one of the things they fooled around with in Maplewood City. Zhao Ruqing always had childish and boring thoughts, and they always laughed at his childishness and accompanied him in his childishness. Zhao Ruqing raised his hand and waved. He then left with Helian Yunyun and the others. In the huge world stage, the sea of people scattered into many tributaries. They came from all directions, and, at this moment, they also scattered in all directions. Jiang Wang turned around and saw a familiar figure outside the crowd. He patted Chung Gongsheng's shoulder. "Ah Sheng, bring everyone back to Qi Street to drink and celebrate. I will come after saying goodbye to my friends." Chung Gongsheng knew that he had a younger sister in Yin country. At this time, he had already restrained his excited expression. He smiled and asked the others to leave first. Jiang Wang walked out of the crowd and walked to Yi Qingyu, whose face was covered with a veil. He looked around. "Hey, where is Jinrenyi?" Yi Qingyu looked at him with her clear eyes and said, "Let's shake hands." Jiang Wang was a little confused, but he still stretched out his hand obediently. Yi Qingyu gently held it and smiled. "Congratulations, #1 in the world. End of this volume. The road is difficult. You have finally reached the end of the world. Cast your precious monthly votes for the end of this volume. Oh yes, tomorrow is the 8th. Zhuo Guanglia's 2 extra chapters will be online. Qi Jian is fully subscribed for readers to read. It's written well." Chapter 1178. Ling Xiao's Secret Ground. A strange beast with a horn on its head that was 3 zhong long swooped down from the sky. When it was close to the ground, it suddenly stopped and then swooped back up, charging straight into the clouds. The crisp laughter was like the ringing of silver bells, the shattering of fine jade, falling freely from the sky. If someone was able to look closely, they would be able to see that on the back of this strange beast, there was a little girl that looked like she was carved out of jade. Her small body was stuck in that long, cloud-like fur. If not for the crisp laughter, it would not be easy for people to discover her. The only stepping cloud beast in the present world, going up and down in the sky. From time to time, there would be a few clouds rolling. The little girl's 2 small hands were tightly holding onto a handful of long fur. Her small face was nervous and excited. Every time she swooped down or swooped up, she would be nervous. Every time she flew calmly, she would laugh out loud. A layer of faint cloud light surrounded her body, so that no matter how bumpy she was, she would not leave her back. In this world, other than Yi Ling Xiao and Yi Qingyu father and daughter, there was only Jiang and who could sit on the stepping cloud beast Ah Chao's back and play. One big and one small were having a lot of fun. Ah Chao suddenly flashed, shrinking his body and landing back in the pavilion. He also gently placed Jiang and on the cloud stool. "Someone's coming," Ah Chao said in a low voice. "Level B, prepare." There was only 1 cloud table and 2 cloud stools in the pavilion. The wind blew past their ears. It was spacious on all sides. Jiang and Anne's face was serious. Her legs quickly crossed, her 2 small hands dancing in front of her. She was actually mobilizing her Dao energy, completing the Dao technique. And Ah Chao stood in front of her, saying seriously, "You are still not familiar with the seals of this flowing cloud rope. There's a bit of delay between the 3rd and 4th seal." Jiang and was clearly very obedient and very hard-working. "Then I will practice a few more times." At this moment, a Taoist who looked to be in his 50s walked over from the other end of the cloud corridor. "Greetings, Sir Stepping Cloud." This Taoist bowed and greeted. Ah Chao was not a name that anyone could call, just like how the name Yi Xiaohua was only circulated in a small circle. As the High Heaven Pavilion's guardian beast, the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion call it Lord Tai Yun. The people of Yun Nation regard it as the guardian of their nation. Many people worship its portrait in their homes, believing that it has the ability to ward off evil spirits and avoid disaster. Ah Chao nodded his head reservedly, which could be considered as returning the gesture. Jiang Anan politely got off the cloud stool and greeted the Taoist. "Greetings, instructor Hu." The Heavenly Cloud Pavilion's instructor, Hu Lian, glanced at her before returning his gaze to the sect's guardian beast. He said in a sincere voice, "Sir Stepping Cloud, it's time for him to go to class." "Huh?" Cho shook his head. "Isn't it already in class?" Hu Yin revealed a troubled expression and cautiously reminded him. "Before the sect master left, he asked you to look after Anan. As for teaching her Dao techniques, I'll be responsible for that." "What do you mean?" Ah Cho jumped onto the cloud table. At this time, its body was only the size of a puppy. Although it tried its best to look fierce, it only gave off the feeling of being fierce. Ah, what do you mean? It angrily questioned. You're stronger than me? Hu Yin hurriedly lowered his head. Of course not. It's just that. It's just that what? What's just that? Ah Cho interrupted him. You don't believe in my ability? You're doubting me? Xiaohu, you've got guts. He had not heard this Xiaohu for many years. After all, Hu Yin, was already in his 50s. But with this Sir Stepping Cloud's age, calling him Xiaohu was not a problem at all. Hu Yin laughed bitterly. How would I dare to doubt you? He had no choice but to compromise and said, Then I'll test the results of an end's learning. After all, this is my duty. Although you're personally teaching, I can't not understand the progress. These words were reasonable. Ah Cho did not have any leeway to pester endlessly. He gave Jiang Ainen a look, then show it to instructor Hu, and he immediately commanded, flowing cloud rope. Jiang Ainen interlocked his fingers together and quickly completed the seal. A cloud-white rope that was suffused with clouds and mist suddenly flashed out and lay horizontally between the two pavilion pillars, swaying and swaying. Not bad. Hu Yin nodded. At the level of a wandering meridian cultivator, this flowing cloud rope, no matter if it was the completion of the seal or the smoothness of the Tao technique, there was nothing to nitpick about. Then the next one, all right. Ah Cho impatiently interrupted. It's fine as long as it's checked. It's not early anymore. You should go back and rest. You're already old. Don't stay up late. This. Hu Yin's face showed hesitation. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah Cho seemed to be very unhappy. The colorless water ball on his long tail swayed. The two surnamed you went out to play and left us at home. They played happily. We practiced from morning to night. From morning to night. We practiced for so long. He looked at Hu Yin and said, We've already worked so hard. What else do you want? Hu Yin could only say, Then, sir, you must remember the cloud stepping technique. You must let him master it. This is the foundation of our heavenly cloud pavilion's escape technique. Ah Cho stared. Hu Yin shut his mouth, turned around, and walked back. Little Anin looked at instructor Hu's back as he walked away. She was a little perturbed. Cho, is it good for us to be like this? Although instructor Hu is usually fierce, my brother said that a strict teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Ah Cho pouted. You're so short now. It's not time for you to become a brilliant disciple yet. After saying that, his body swayed and he leapt out of the pavilion. He transformed into his original body of 3 feet. He turned his head. Do you want to play or not? And Anne's face just bloomed with a smile. Ah Cho turned around again and shrank back into the pavilion. 3rd level combat preparation. He reminded softly, and immediately sat back down and started to form seals absent-mindedly. Not long later, a group of young cultivators squeezed onto a cloud carriage and rushed over at lightning speed. Jiangnan took a look. On the cloud carriage, it was senior sister Wang and senior brother Mo Liang, senior brother Sierra Xuan. The Dao seals immediately dispersed. Jiangnan beckoned with his hand. Here. Mo Liang took the lead and leapt out of the cloud carriage. He held a silk book in his hand and eagerly squeezed in front of Ah Cho. Sir Tiyun, the latest battle report from the river viewing platform. Ah Cho took a glance and muttered, The champion of the unrestricted field under 30, Jing country's immortal Taiyu. He quivered. Immortal? On the other side of the room, the round-faced senior sister Wang grabbed Jiang Anen's hand. Io, slow down. This is Tianjiao's hand. You must protect it well. Senior sister Wang smiled gently. And then, tell senior sister, is her brother engaged or not? Jiang Anen blinked his eyes and asked blankly, What meat? Cough. Sierra Xuan, who had a strange face, suddenly leaned forward with a face full of smiles. My most beloved junior sister, and any kind of meat is fine. Flying in the sky or swimming in the water, you must be strong. Ah Cho continued to read and muttered, The champion of the unrestricted field, TSK. She is not bad this time. The champion of the unrestricted field, Jiang, Mo Liang, who was fawning in front of Ah Cho, turned his head and realized that Jiang and was already surrounded by a group of people who wanted to curry favor with the powerful. What are you doing? And Mo Liang hurriedly squeezed forward and used his but to push Xie Ruishuan away. He blocked King's line of sight and slapped little Wang's hand away. He shielded Jiang and in behind him, just like a brave and lonely guard in the midst of an army. Don't let your vulgarity pollute our pure and flawless Nen is still so young. We're all of you trying to flatter her. If my big brother finds out about this, will you have a good time? He turned around and took out an oiled paper bag from his chest and presented it to Jiang and with both hands. He smiled flatteringly. Sister, and do you want to eat a crane leg? I just roasted it. It's fragrant. A new volume has been opened, named Fiao. Let us start a new journey together. Walk to a higher place and see a wider and more distant scenery. Chapter 1179. The wind was strong. At such a high speed, without the protection of Tao energy, it was almost like being tortured. In the biting cold wind, Lin Zhengren felt immense pain on the physical level. The back of his neck was being choked, as if he was being choked like a dog, in such a humiliating manner. His limbs were stiff and hanging in the air. He didn't have time to think about his appearance, because all of his thoughts had to be used on the most important question: how to survive. During the Yellow River Conference, Tianjiao, who represented the country, was attacked by a blood ghost and retreated before the battle. They got a spot in the main competition, but they didn't even get on the platform. The Zhuang Kingdom was almost the laughingstock of the world. In order to get on the Riverview platform, the Zhuang Kingdom had worked hard for several generations. In order to wash away this shame, they might need more time. As a citizen of the Zhuang Kingdom, Lin Zhengren didn't feel the shame, but he forced himself to feel it. Only by knowing the limits of national shame could he deeply understand Du Ruhui's anger. Only by deeply understanding Du Ruhui's anger could he find his own chance of survival. Therefore, he closed his eyes against the wind and cried. As the pride of a nation, he was usually an existence that could look down on his peers. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed and humiliated. Du Ruhui, who was the most generous, didn't give him any respect. Of course, it was because he had completely rejected him. At this moment, he let himself feel Du Ruhui's emotions. He was so sad that he couldn't stop crying. He couldn't tell if this huge shame that filled his heart was because he was being held by the back of his neck like a dog, or because of a national shame. He could clearly feel the wrinkles on that hand on the back of his neck, and he could also feel the determination conveyed by that hand. Du Ruhui already had the intention to kill. He didn't regret choosing to vomit blood and give up the competition because Jiang Wang, who had defeated everyone, happened to be the world's #1 inner palace disciple. Even a true monarch expert like Yu Qie might be careless if he were to suddenly attack before his sharpness was fully displayed. Among the 8 matches in the main competition, the match between him and Jiang Wang definitely wouldn't be the most popular one. Perfected cultivator Yu Qie might not pay much attention to it. With Jiang Wang's divine soul power that had defeated North Xiang, he could kill him several times in the divine soul level in the blink of an eye. It was too risky. Even if the one presiding over the Yellow River meeting was a Tao-favored expert like Yu Qie, it was still too risky. Didn't Dong Wabao die as well? Although Taoyi didn't die, how much better was he? The puppets had to be rebuilt, and the strange beast had to be found and nurtured. How much cultivation time would this take? He was practically crippled. Stepping onto the stage was a gamble with his life, and he wasn't willing to gamble. In fact, he had thought it through very clearly. After Zhu Weiwo left, he was the most talented person in the entire Zhuang country. He Badeo and Duan Li were both destroyed in front of the Dragon Ceiling Mountain Pass. The rest of the outer sect cultivators were all very mediocre. For the time being, there was no one else in the Zhuang country who had the potential to reach the divine descent stage. After Du Ruhui, there was no successor. Lin Zhengren was undoubtedly the most hopeful. Tianjiao, which was able to enter the main competition of the Yellow River, naturally had the possibility of becoming a god. He had a certain importance to Zhuanggua. This could be seen from Du Ruhui's good attitude towards him. This was what he was relying on. He believed that destroying Blood Demon and forfeiting the match was a huge sacrifice to save the country's face. Du Xiang should have seen this painstaking effort. However, judging from the current situation, he seemed to have overestimated his own importance and underestimated the significance of the Yellow River meeting. Take the former, for example. Was there any other choice between Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui? Who was it? Was it Fu Baosong, who he had stepped on in public? Was it Li Jinxiu, who he had easily defeated? Or was it Du Yehu, the brute in the army who only knew how to play with his life? From the latter point of view, Emperor Jing's words were something he had never expected. The problem had suddenly become many times more serious. Emperor Jing's words meant that the Zhuang country's share of the Yellow River meeting had been erased. The humiliation he had brought to the Zhuang country had to be reevaluated. Every breath he had spent on the Riverview platform for the past 2 days waiting for the results was torturous. This was because he knew that after the Yellow River meeting ended, it would be time for Zhuang Ting to settle the score with him. Zhuang Gaoxian wasn't a reluctant monarch. On the contrary, he was very generous. He was willing to reward his subjects who had performed meritorious deeds. However, there was one thing. Zhuang Ting's reward or investment had to be repaid. The country sent him to the Riverview platform. The state minister personally escorted him and guided him personally. He didn't mind creating a rift with the Shang country in order to support him in defeating Jiang Liming. It was all for the glory of the Riverview platform and the benefits related to the Yellow River meeting. In the end, he only received humiliation and loss. He even left a bad impression with Emperor Jing. The host of the meeting, Yu Qian, who hailed from Mount Yujing, couldn't help but have a bad impression of him. This trip to the dining table, he had lost all his hard-earned capital. Thinking about it, as a bargaining chip, he didn't have much hope of surviving. Of course, he thought of escaping. However, he knew that it was impossible. In the past 2 days, he had already accepted his fate. He cried bitterly and admitted that he was afraid of death. He admitted that after knowing that his opponent was Jiang Wang, he couldn't control his fear. He was in pain and blamed himself. He expressed that he was willing to accept any punishment. At the same time, he hoped that he could atone for his sins. Du Ruhui, on the other hand, didn't express his opinion. This inexplicable attitude made him feel terrified. Now that the Yellow River meeting had just ended, Du Ruhui directly carried him back to the Zhuang country. It was as if he was carrying a meat dog to the slaughterhouse. He wasn't even willing to put on a show in front of others. In other words, Du Ruhui was already putting on a show to show that the Zhuang country despised a coward like him. What to do? He didn't have the ability to influence the benefits of the Yellow River meeting. After leaving the Yellow River meeting, the power of the young Tianjiao was still too weak compared to the world situation. As for his own value, although he thought that his value was extremely high, far exceeding that of Fu Baosong and Li Jinxiu. However, in the eyes of Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui, a Lin Zhongrun who died on the Riverview platform was more valuable than a Lin Zhongrun who survived. The truth of Maplewood City was something that he had deduced and hinted to Zhu Weiwa. How could he not know what they were thinking? The two of them would only compare him to the one who died in battle. Therefore, even though he was the #1 young person in the Zhuang country, he was still being held by the back of his neck like a little dog. What should he do? Lin Zhongren tried his best to accumulate all the strength in his body. He spoke with difficulty in the biting cold wind. Zhongren knows that even if I die 10,000 times, I won't be able to atone for my crime. Fortunately, everyone in the unlimited field has abandoned the competition. Our Zhuang country is not conspicuous. The wind continued to howl. Du Ruhui was obviously indifferent to his reminder. The nature of his abandonment was completely different from those people. Of course, he knew. However, he still had to mention it and struggle for himself. The road had to be paved bit by bit. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he wouldn't let it go. After enduring the bone-piercing wind blades for a while, Lin Zhongren spoke again. I really hate myself for being incompetent and not being able to stop them. Jiang Wang, that rebel and traitor, actually won the title of champion. He hates the country so much. With such talent, such glory, and being in Qiangxi, he has become a great threat to our Zhuang country. Yunjing quickly retreated, but the wind blades were still there. Lin Zhengren asked with difficulty, "Have you thought about how to deal with him?" In the biting cold wind, Du Hui's voice finally sounded, "You don't need to worry about this anymore." Lin Zhengren breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but his face was even more pained. "Yes, I am already a person who deserves to die. It doesn't matter whether I worry or not. It's just that cough, cough, cough." He gulped down a few mouthfuls of wind, coughed violently for a while, and then continued. "If you decide to deal with him, I'm a very useful tool. My entire clan died in his hands, and we have a blood feud. I am his stain, and my existence itself is the evidence of his evil deeds." Du Hui suddenly stopped, still holding Lin Jingren's neck with one hand, half lifting him up, and looked down at him. Du Hui, who was used to treating people kindly, finally showed some of the majesty of the prime minister of the country in this state. He looked at Lin Zhengren with a deep gaze. "In fact, I am very suspicious now. Your entire Lin clan was really killed by Jiang Wang?" The distrust and disgust in these words were already so obvious, but Lin Zhengren felt relieved. Only if he really wanted to make use of this matter would Du Hui need to consider the truth. Therefore, he found his value to others. Lin Zhengren tried hard to control his painful expression, making himself more humble and obedient. Wangjiang City is Wangjiang City of the Zhuang country. This matter can be as real as you want it to be. I am willing to do anything to cooperate." There was no response. A gust of wind whizzed past, and a thin cloud of mist swirled in the air in a lonely whirlwind. Chapter 1180. Yin Fu held a celebration banquet and booked almost all the restaurants in Feng City. The banquet was held all over the city. No matter who it was, no matter where they came from, they would eat at the table. Banners celebrating Jiang Wang could be seen everywhere. No matter where they went, they could hear people talking about him. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Many people from the nearby cities heard the news and came to eat this free banquet. In a short time, Jiang Wang's fame was known even by the peddlers. Chao Jie was a low-key person, but he did not stop this. Because Qi, which had not been famous for many years, needed this publicity. The main banquet was held in Qi Hall, and most of the guests were from Qi. This was not an official celebration of Qi. It was just a private celebration for Jiang Wang's friends. Of course, the atmosphere was more free. It was said that the banquet lasted until dawn, but in fact, it ended before midnight. The reason was interesting. The main character of the banquet, the world's #1 inner disciple, Jiang Wang, had to rush to his evening class. That night, Yin Fu, who spent a lot of money, was busy whispering to Miss One. Cheng Gung Sheng, who roared at the celestial phenomenon of the river viewing platform, enthusiastically invited his cousin to join the celebration. He was very proud. Li Longchuan was a good drinker, and his family background was high. He helped Jiang Wang drink a lot, but he was still sober. It was enough to show the demeanor of an aristocratic family. Su Xiangqian, who had quit drinking, was very excited. He wrote 19 poems at the banquet, and the words 2 prides, 2 heroes, and 2 walls were all in his poems. He even said that he had felt the call of the next supernatural power, which was called immortal poetry. The 2 prides of the Horse Mountain were really good at both poetry and sword at a quiet table upstairs. Zhao Wuyan listened to the conversation downstairs. He said with some disdain, "Jiang Qingyang rushed to his evening class because he couldn't stand these poems, right?" Jishu held a big wine glass with both hands and took a sip from time to time. Her face was slightly red, and she smiled. "I think it's not bad. It even rhymes. Although the wording is not perfect, it's very realistic." Zhao Wuyan looked at her speechlessly. "Your father is the mountain lord of the Dragon Gate, and your family is a learned family. Is that all you want from a poem? Just add a rhyme, and that's it?" What was even worse was, how was it realistic? Was it a realistic depiction of Jiang Wangkue from ancient times to modern times, shining brilliantly at the dawn of time? Or was it a masterpiece of riding a horse on a mountain, his thoughts flowing like water? They are already invincible in the human world. These two prides are peerless. But when she looked over, she found that Jishu was also looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Zhao Weyin felt inexplicably guilty, but he forced himself to ask calmly. That's strange. Jishu tilted her head. Senior apprentice sister, you've never talked about anyone behind their backs. Her index finger rested on the rim of her wine cup, and she unconsciously tapped it. Senior Marshal Brother Su is still the first. You've learned to talk too much. Drink less. Zhao Weyin pinched her face and skipped the topic. Jiang Wang sat quietly in his room, consolidating the newly opened fourth inner mansion. The clamor of the outside world was related to him. On this day, his name spread to the entire modern world at a terrifying speed. The west was Wan and Shui. The north was Jing and Mu. The south was Chu and Yu. Wherever the mortal race moved, there was not a single person who did not know the name of the champion of the river viewing platform. This was the world's top Tianjiao. But the clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with Jiang Wang. He knew how everything came to be today, so he would not stop. He walked to a mountain, looked at the scenery, and then continued to climb. His soul hid like a snake and explored the rooms of the inner mansion, and also looked for new treasures. This was a long process of inwardly exploring oneself, and there might not be any obvious gains to be gained. But Xiuzha could only go further if he understood himself better. Now that he had left the state of battle, he focused on thinking about cultivation. Jiang Wang finally understood why Tianfu Xiuzha were so rare. The most difficult thing for Tianfu Xiuzha was actually how to coexist when the five mansions were filled to the brim with divine powers, and the five mansions sea was full. For example, when Jiang Wang first obtained the Buzhou wind, the true Samadhi fire and the wrong path hid their tracks. This was also to avoid a possible conflict between the light of the divine powers. When the three mansions and four mansions were opened, there was still room for a buffer because the five mansions were not yet full. When the five mansions were opened, the divine powers were suspended, and the light of the divine powers could no longer retreat. Under these circumstances, the fifth divine ability seed was required to perfectly merge with the other divine ability seeds and become a whole. Otherwise, the fifth divine ability seed could not be formed, or even after it was formed, it would collapse in the conflict. In other words, under the circumstances of the four mansions and four mansions divine abilities, even if one swallowed a rare treasure like the divine ability fruit, if the obtained divine ability could not perfectly merge with the other divine abilities, it would still be impossible to form. Yung Genzuan's tri-wheel manic slash of the sun, moon, and stars, which was augmented by Chongshuan's divine powers, was the external manifestation of the divine ability fusion. As for the yellow Sarira of the five mansions and four mansions divine powers, the main reason why it could not form a Tianfu was probably due to the reverse divine ability. Her Bodhi and Lane Pagoda were very compatible, and Jingfeng also had the opportunity to merge. However, once the reverse divine ability appeared, what kind of divine ability could merge them? It could be said that it was reverse divine ability. However, it could not be said to be unfortunate. When comparing the absolute divine ability and the Tianfu, it was hard to say which one was rarer. In terms of performance, the absolute divine ability was still better. Back to Jiang Wang himself, his divine abilities were all self-sublimated. It was not only based on cultivation and understanding, but also on experience. It could be said to be perfectly compatible with him. Wind and fire were originally compatible, and the two sides of the path were enough to be the core. Later on, when the Sword Immortal appeared, he unified everything and actually completed the divine ability fusion in the four mansions. To a certain extent, this meant that the difficulty for him to form the Tianfu was much lower than for cultivators of the same level. The fifth divine ability only needed to be close to this system, and there was no need for him to be like other cultivators who were waiting for the Tian Fu to form the Tian Fu. If forming the Tian Fu was compared to building a wall, many cultivators could only hope for the only brick that could fill in the gap. Divine abilities were originally something that could only be chanced upon, and with such limitations, it was no different from fishing for a needle with a specific mark in the sea. It was extremely difficult. In addition, there were some cultivators who purely relied on fortuitous encounters to obtain divine abilities. When their divine abilities were different, the gap could not be filled. Naturally, there was no way to achieve the Five Mansions fusion. However, Jiang Wang had a lot of room for choice. Due to the uniqueness of the Sword Immortal's divine ability, his wall had already been formed, and the last brick could be easily built. Of course, this was not a sure thing. It still needed to be sharpened and explored. In addition, there were still too many areas that could be explored in the newly acquired Sword Immortal's divine ability. Now, it lasted for a total of 30 breaths. Although it was longer than the 19 breaths of the immortal state, it was also more difficult to recover. Fortunately, it could be used continuously, and the time of use could be allocated according to the needs. After using the Sword Immortal state for 30 breaths, it would take a full 2 days to recover. Shortening the recovery time and prolonging the use time was undoubtedly the focus of the next development of this divine ability. It was not that Jiang Wang was unwilling to enjoy with the people, but after experiencing a brilliant battle, it was easier to gain enlightenment in cultivation. Besides, the road ahead was long, and he was just repeating his past life. He walked like this, and he would continue to walk like this. There was no light in the room of the world's #1 inner mansion. But in the long night that was not lonely, there was a gaze watching this place from afar. This city was so noisy, and this gaze was so lonely, until the moonlight gradually faded, and the morning star lit up in the eastern sky. "Go back," a voice said. So the window was closed. The nun hiding under the cloak cut off her line of sight. She relied on this window to look at the other window for an entire night. She did not disturb anyone. Chapter 1181. The window that shielded the best in the world from the night breeze probably couldn't understand why it attracted so many gazes that night. Both in the open and in the dark, there were countless interactions. The red-faced Xian Nankei stood at the highest point. The moonlight shone on him, making him look like a statue. If a mortal could see him, they would worship him as a god. The Yellow River meeting had just ended, and the teams from the various countries had not completely dispersed. As the overlord country closest to the Riverview platform, Jing country, as the host, naturally had the obligation to maintain order, to prevent unbearable things from happening. If any of the teams from the two countries caused a major incident near the Riverview platform, it would be a slap to Jing country's face. All the buildings on the Riverview platform had disappeared. What country became the place with the most people after the Yellow River meeting? As the commander-in-chief of Jing country's godly strategy army, Xian Nankui's presence in Feng City was undoubtedly representative and deterrent. As for the will of what country itself, at least on the surface, what country's imperial court welcomed the people of Jing country to help maintain order. The gathering of teams from various countries was indeed not something that a small country like what country could control. At this moment, Xian Nankei stood at the highest point, his eyes scanning the entire city. As a respected immortal and a commander-in-chief, no one could say that Jing country did not care about this matter. There was no trace or warning, but a voice sounded in his ear. It seems that many people are paying attention to this #1 champion of the Inner Mansion. Xian Nankei was monitoring the entire city, so he couldn't help but look at Jiang Wang a few more times. After all, the champion of the Yellow River meeting had attracted the most attention. As for the other champion, he had already left on the day of the meeting, so there was no place to look. Xian Nankui's lips didn't move, and his face was expressionless, but his voice found a secret place and returned, It's easy to fall when one is at the bottom, and easy to get lost when one is at the peak. A peerless Tianjiao who doesn't forget to do his evening classes on the most glorious day. No one can limit his future. It seems that you have a high opinion of him. The voice in the dark paused and asked, in your opinion, how does he compare to Taiyu? Xian Nankue smiled and didn't speak. Indeed, there was no need to compete. The world's #1 inner mansion was without a doubt the world's top Tianjiao. However, in front of the world's youngest Shinrin, there was really no room for comparison. As for Lost and Fallen, Li Yi would probably never experience those moments. That's true. The voice in the dark replied, then continued. The traces of that incident have been completely erased. We can finally live in peace for a few days. Xian Nankue looked down at the city and country beneath his feet. His voice was transmitted back. However, Jing country doesn't have a second Taiyu. If we can't get rid of this hidden danger and keep hiding it, sooner or later, we won't be able to hide it. For now, we can only take one step at a time. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking. The voice in the dark said, speaking of which, it's not worth it to let Taiyu stand in front of the stage and become the target of public criticism. The youngest enlightened master in history, of course he will attract everyone's attention. He had no choice but to let him stand on the stage. There was no need to talk about whether it was worth it. However, how many times can we do such a thing? Xian Nankue's tone was dissatisfied. The Mirror World platform must bear the responsibility for this incident. The Mirror World platform was Jing country's highest intelligence organization. It was known as illuminating all directions, reflecting the world. Of course, it was the Mirror World platform's dereliction of duty for such a big problem to occur. Of course, they can't escape from what they should bear. However, who would have thought that the inner mansion stage expert from Tianjiao, who went through countless investigations and finally represented the country, was actually... The voice in the dark paused and continued, so much so that the other two can't escape suspicion. We can only summon Taiyu back immediately to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, we discovered it in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Isn't that so? I can't believe that after so many years, they are still. Dead ashes can still be reignited, and rotten trees can still be reborn. Xian Nankue sighed. The destruction of matter is already so difficult to cleanse, let alone those things that are rooted in the heart. If you ask me, it's all. The voice in the dark started this sentence, then stopped abruptly and didn't say anything else. It seemed that he had touched on something unspeakable. Xian Nankei stood on the high ground and looked around silently. At daybreak, Jiang Wang went to the pasture garden. The name Mu Garden didn't sound very auspicious at first, but the people of Mu didn't care about this. The devout followers of God Song too would go to God's kingdom after death. Hence, it was called Mu Garden and was just another home. This building in Feng City was originally a large manor, so it was gradually named that way. The people of Mu didn't care about it, let alone others. Zhao Ruqing's current status was sensitive, so it wasn't appropriate for him to appear at the celebration banquet. Jiang Wang could only come alone to meet him. This was originally agreed upon during the competition. It seemed that Helian Yunyan had already instructed the doorman to lead the way when he saw Jiang Wang. He didn't say anything unnecessary. Following the gazes of those who were sizing him up, he took a few turns and entered the shepherd garden. The small courtyard that Zhao Ruqing lived in alone was of high class. From this, one could see how important he was in Mu. As he walked past the bluestone path, he saw a handsome figure standing in front of the courtyard door. Seeing him from afar, a smile appeared on his face. Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile as well. The two of them didn't speak. They just smiled and walked closer. TSK. Zhao Ruqing deliberately looked him up and down and clicked his tongue. The whole city is celebrating for you. Your name is everywhere. The world's #1 inner residence. Quite impressive. Jiang Wang smiled and looked at him. When you said you were the winner, you were also impressive. Zhao Ruqing was embarrassed and quickly led the way. He coughed and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a drink." Jiang Wang only said, "Of course." The two of them entered the small courtyard one after the other. It was casual and natural, just like before. There was a stone table and 2 stone stools in the courtyard. There were 5 dishes on the table, a crane pot, and 2 jade cups. There was no one to serve them. The two of them sat down casually. Zhao Ruqing rolled up his sleeves and poured wine. As he poured, he said, "Third brother, I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you. You have to remember the principle of staying away from a villain." He pursed his lips. "You used to be so pure and kind. You weren't as sarcastic as you are now." He was still as narrow-minded as before. He refused to take any verbal losses. Jiang Wang looked at him with a smile. "So the people in Mu Kingdom call you pure and kind when they can't out-talk you, and call you sarcastic when they speak the truth. You've really broadened my horizons." Zhao Ruqing was stunned. He shook his head and sighed. "They say that she has many famous people. I've learned a lot. Famous people were the best at arguing. When it came to wit, it was hard to find a match. You still like to chat." Jiang Wang smiled gently. He emphasized the word chat. "I'll introduce you to 2 friends later." "Okay." Zhao Ruqing agreed happily. But somehow, as he smiled, his smile disappeared. "Third brother." He lowered his head and looked at the wine in his cup. He asked softly, "How have you been these 2 years?" But Jiang Wang was still smiling. "I've just kept moving forward." He smiled brightly. "I've kept moving forward. I've just kept moving forward." Chapter 1182. Look at how good I am now. The #1 inner mansion in the world. #1 in the world. I have a very large fief in Qi, and the people in the fief are very simple people. In my fief, there's also a very interesting building. It's called the Hall of Righteousness, and it's quite ancient. You must go take a look later. As for me, I am now a man of Qingyang Town into Qi, and I am also a 4th-rank blue metal constable. A blue metal constable in Qi is like an arrest. What does 4th rank mean? Only outer sect cultivators can step into that threshold, and I got an advance. From the offshore islands to Linzi in Qi, I have friends everywhere, and I can settle everything. Whether it is a noble title or an official position, I will be promoted when I go back this time." Jiang Wang said a lot of nonsense, and no one knew what he was trying to explain. But as he spoke, he finally couldn't laugh anymore. Finally, he said, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Have you been in Mu for the past 2 years?" "Yes, I was in the wilderness." Zhao Ruqing's gaze moved away from the wine, and he looked up with a smile. "I wasted too much time in the past, so I work a little harder. I didn't expect that with such a casual effort, I would become the 4th inner mansion in the world." "The wilderness," Jiang Wang repeated, and his gaze fell on Zhao Ruqing's short hair that had lost its luster. His gaze was very gentle. "How many demons did you kill?" "How many demons did I kill?" Zhao Ruqing seemed to count, and then he smiled and said, "I can't count. You and Duo might have the answer." Seeing Jiang Wang's puzzled expression, he explained, "It's the guy with the long hair, the one who almost fought with you at the Taowu Bridge that day." Of course, Jiang Wang remembered this person. Later on the martial arts stage, Yuan Duo rushed up the stage to carry Zhao Ruqing away. He was a very loyal and reckless man. "You have a good relationship." He smiled. "He's quite a nice person," Zhao Ruqing said. "I'm not doing too badly in the Mu Kingdom either. If you want friends, you have friends. If you want beauties, you have beauties." The two of them fell silent again. They each hid their wounds and walked all the way here. They both knew that in this world, perhaps only they could feel each other's pain, but neither of them wanted the other to feel it. Thus there was silence. 2 cups of wine were poured, but neither of them took a sip. The dishes on the table were all the dishes they used to eat in Maplewood City, but they hadn't touched them yet. Speaking of which, this time it was Jiang Wang who spoke first. He looked at the dishes on the table as if he could find some important clues. "Why don't I see Uncle Deng?" "Oh, him." Zhao Ruqing smiled and said, "He's staying in the Mu Empire. Every day, he would drive a few horses to carry goods and sell them everywhere." be a 5-horse rider, and play in the world. This was indeed the life that Deng Yu wanted. When he was pretending to be the 5-horse riders, when he was bargaining with others, when he was pretending to be an ordinary person, his smile was the most natural. The tension in Jiang Wang's heart relaxed. He nodded and said, "This is very good. Now you know who I am." Zhao Ruqing smiled charmingly and said in a relaxed tone, "Uncle Deng is like my imperial bodyguard. He's very powerful." I couldn't tell in the past. Jiang Wang's tone also relaxed. "I just felt that Uncle Deng follow behind you every day." He didn't look like an expert at all. Every day he would say, "It's too late, young master. Go home. Ha ha." Zhao Ruqing laughed loudly. He was really annoying back then. As he laughed, his eyes turned red. He said, "When the incident happened, Uncle Deng immediately took me to the illustrious Virtue Hall, but he didn't see it. At that time, Uncle Deng thought that the people of the Qin Kingdom were chasing after us, so he only wanted to take me to escape. After a long time, he found out that it was the evil sect that caused the chaos." He choked. "I'm sorry." Perhaps only he knew that he wasn't apologizing to Jiang Wang. "And it is fine." Jiang Wang reached out and pressed on Zhao Ruqing's shoulder. "I took her with me and escaped." "You mean?" Zhao Ruqing suddenly raised his head. When he escaped from Maplewood City, he couldn't save Jiang and that was the thing that made him feel most guilty. He always thought that in the entire Maplewood City area, other than him, only Jiang Wang survived by chance. That was why he didn't even dare to mention An's name. He was afraid that Jiang Wang would be sad because of it. Jiang Wang's hand tightened. "At that time, I mastered a secret technique that used my lifespan to activate it, and I only had one chance." Immediately, he told Zhao Ruqing everything that had happened on the day of Maplewood City's destruction. He told Jiang Wang everything, including his contact with the Whitebone Path and the choice he made on the day of the disaster. At that time, he gave his only chance to fight for his life to an end. Because of that, he gave up on Ling He, Zhao Ruqing, and Tang Dun. Regarding that disaster, Zhao Ruqing only had a few scattered clues and some private guesses and analysis. Although he could guess part of the truth after combining it with Jiang Wang's situation, this was the first time he truly understood the specific process of Maplewood City's destruction. The scene of the city collapsing seemed to be right in front of him. The kind of anger, pain, and suffering seemed like a dream. His handsome face couldn't help but turn cold. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Zhuang Jun is a bastard. I must kill him." Jiang Wang patted Zhao Ruqing's shoulder and then retracted his hand. "That's a matter for the future." The hatred in his heart was gnawing at him at every moment. But taking revenge on the ruler of a country was definitely not a simple matter, and it couldn't be rushed, especially when the other party was a perfected master of the present age, the one who killed the retired emperor of Yong, Hanin. Acting hastily would be irresponsible to those who died in vain in Maplewood City, because if they failed, no one would be able to take revenge for those who died in Maplewood City. Zhao Ruqing opened his mouth. The dark memories of that day were still fresh in his mind. Today he had a lot of things to say, but in the end he only said, "It's a pity that I can't see An now." His voice was extremely low. "I often dream of her. She's just this big little thing." He gestured with his hands and finally put them down on his lap. There was a sense of loss with nowhere to put them. "She's cute and sensible." He, who had pulled out the emperor's sword and exposed his identity as a descendant of Emperor Huai of Qin, would either be used as a bargaining chip or a weapon against Qin in any country. Before he was strong enough, it was difficult for his value to be separated from his identity. Therefore, it was unwise to expose his identity. But after Deng Yu's sacrifice and the great Qin's prison keeper caught up with him again, he had no other choice. He needed time to grow, and more importantly, he needed a place to live. Only by making a name for himself on the viewing river platform could he make the best use of his identity as a descendant of Emperor Huai of Qin in the current situation. He struggled for a path that he didn't know if he could survive, but he could still move forward for the time being. And he didn't want to tell Jiang Wang about this. Even the world's #1 inner palace was too insignificant compared to Qin. and is now a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. It's very safe there. The young pavilion master of Lingxiao Pavilion is a good friend of mine. Jiang Wang gestured with his hands in front of him. She's about this tall now. A few days ago, she wrote to me saying that she had successfully laid the foundation. She's very hardworking. Laying the foundation doesn't mean the earlier the better. She needs to be properly adjusted and choose the most appropriate body state. Zhao Ruqing said very worriedly. Of course. Jiang Wang said, it was Lingxiao Pavilion's Taoist Master Yi who personally taught her. Qingyu also told me in her letter that an An's foundation is very good and meets the conditions for opening meridians. It's just that she's too young, so it's inevitable that she needs more time to polish the later big and small circulations. Qingyu? Oh, it's young pavilion Master Yi. Zhao Ruqing looked pensive. You guys often write letters? You can say that. Jiang Wang asked, what's wrong? Yin State has always adhered to the principle of neutrality and doesn't favor any side, right? Jiang Wang sighed and nodded. Yes, I owe Lingxiao Pavilion a lot for this. So after this competition, I plan to take it into Qi. It's not appropriate. Zhao Ruqing shook his head directly. You seem to have a meteoric rise in this competition, but it's also the time when you're at the heart of the storm. It's not as peaceful as before. After returning to Qi this time, if there's a storm, it won't be the same as before. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, since Inen was personally taught by Taoist Master Yi, she's a direct descendant of Lingxiao Pavilion. Lingxiao Pavilion will certainly protect her. Putting aside the safety issue, if you take Inen into Qi, where can you find another Taoist master for her? With the talent and strength you've shown now, it's not difficult to be apprenticed to a Taoist master, but there's no such thing as a buy one get one free. I don't intend to be apprenticed myself. Jiang Wang frowned. But I can't always let Lingxiao Pavilion help me take care of him, right? Zhao Ruqing glanced at him. How much do you hate to owe people? Letting an join Lingxiao Pavilion is a favor you owe Lingxiao Pavilion. After an joins Lingxiao Pavilion, it's her sect friendship with Lingxiao Pavilion. It doesn't matter if you take an in or not. Wait until you go back to Qi and stabilize your gains this time. Then you can consider it again. Jiang Wang had to admit that what Zhao Ruqing said was indeed more reasonable. No wonder Big Brother always said that you, Jiang Wang paused here, because he once again realized that they didn't have a big brother. However, Zhao Ruqing did not avoid the figure in his memory. He continued the sentence seriously. We must avenge Big Brother's death. I've never forgotten. Jiang Wang said. The two brothers hadn't talked to each other like this for a long time. One moment they were thinking about love, the next moment they were talking about hatred. Memories and reality were mixed, and their words were also erratic. For the two of them, it was rare for them to lose their rationality. After all, the tragedy in Maplewood City was a wound they both went through together. No one else could communicate with them anymore. Big Brother who? Zhao Ruqing said, Uncle Deng, went to see Big Brother who for me. He didn't seem to know the truth about Maplewood City. He's in an important place in the army. Zhuang Gaoxian has already become a perfected person, so it's inconvenient for Uncle Deng to show up. I also asked fellow Taoist Yi to see him and tell him the truth. I wanted to take him away from Zhuang country. Jiang Wang said, but he refused. He didn't mention that Du Yehu scolded him badly because he didn't believe that was Du Yehu's true attitude. Once an irritable and impulsive tiger started to hide its claws and fangs, it must have a target it wanted to devour with all its might. Zhao Ruqing thought for a moment and said, he should have his own ideas. They hadn't seen Du Yehu for a long time, but they never doubted that young man. I think so too. Jiang Wang said, it's okay to stay in Zhuang country. There are no living people in Maplewood City anymore, and no one knows about our relationship. At this moment, he remembered Li Jianxiu. That night in Xianan City, Dong Axian found an excuse to send Li Jianxiu away and then fought him to the death. A teacher's protection for his disciple was something he once thought he also had. However, everything he once pinned his hopes on had collapsed along with Maplewood City. Li Jianxiu should have known about the 5 heroes of Maplewood City, But judging from Du Yehu's current situation, either he didn't say anything, or even if he did, it wouldn't have any effect. Even if there were other people who knew, Big Brother who relied on his military achievements to gain the trust of the army. Jiang Wang continued, Fang Pengjiu and I have already fought to the death. In other people's eyes, the relationship between us, the 5 heroes of Maplewood City, might not be that solid. The corners of Zhao Ruqing's mouth twitched. This kind of humorous remark made him want to laugh and support him, but he couldn't. He could only say, Big Brother who has a bad temper and is too lazy to use his brain, but he's not stupid. Since he doesn't want to leave, he must have made his choice. Besides, he sighed and said, Who can change Du Yehu's decision? Yes, he's always like this. Jiang Wang also sighed. Aren't you the same? Zhao Ruqing thought in his heart. He would always remember the figure who often practiced swordsmanship late into the night when he was muddling through his days. He would always remember the time when they went to the West Mountain in a panic to look for Jiang Wang, but they only saw a figure covered in blood walking down the mountain alone. He would always remember that after Jiang Wang disappeared, he asked Uncle Deng to search the West Mountain and even went to the Chichang Mountains, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Wang. He once thought that Jiang Wang had died and was buried in an unknown place. But on that morning, Jiang Wang walked into the Taoist Academy with determination. He would never forget that after 2 years, when he saw Jiang Wang again, this young man from a small town had already stood tall on the Riverview platform and reached the position of the world's #1 inner mansion. He always appeared in front of him when he was confused and desperate. He was so determined and so dazzling. Zhao Ruqing thought that he was a peerless genius, but he had to admit that he was inferior to Jiang Wang. Come, third brother. Zhao Ruqing raised his wine cup. Let me toast you. The first toast is for you winning first place. Jiang Wang raised his cup in response, and both of them drained it in one gulp. Zhao Ruqing raised the silver pot and filled his cup. He raised his cup again and said, The second toast is for you who walked all the way until now and never retreated, never stopped, and never looked back. The third toast is for you who shouldered the weight of a mountain and walked thousands of miles. Your heart is as bright as the moon, and heaven and earth knows. After 3 consecutive toasts, he paused and said, Third brother, it's time for me to leave. You and Duo and the others are already waiting for me. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. Are you in such a hurry? Zhao Ruqing said with a relaxed tone. Who told me to only get a spot in the top 4? Na Yang stopped in the top 8, and Song Yun didn't even have a chance to fight. Mu Wu's result was too bad this time. He couldn't stay here any longer. Jiang Wang reached out and took the wine pot from his hand. He filled his own cup and said, Third brother will also toast you 3 cups. The first toast is for you who is still alive. He drank it in one gulp and filled it again. The second toast is for me who is still alive. He drank again and again until he filled the last cup. The third toast is for you who is still in this world, and for us brothers to be able to walk together. He looked at Zhao Ruqing seriously, as if he wanted to remember this scene forever. Then he put the cup on the table and stood up to leave. I'm leaving. He didn't say the word beg, but every sentence was sincere. An elder brother begging his younger brother. Please live. Zhao Ruqing had exposed his identity as Emperor Huai of Qin's descendant, but he hadn't said a word to Jiang Wang. Naturally, he didn't want to implicate him. But today, Jiang Wang had left that small city and experienced so many things. How could the Jiang Wang not think of this? He knew that he was weak and couldn't do anything other than swinging his sword on the stage of the world. So he could only beg Zhao Ruqing to live well, to wait for the future. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Zhao Ruqing's voice came from behind him. Third brother, walk faster. Jiang Wang didn't look back. He only raised his fist above his head. He just raised his fist and strode away. Chapter 1183. Brother, I heard that you're #1 in the world, right? Why didn't you tell me first? Are you tired? Are you tired? Do you miss me? After a series of questions, Then I'm the younger sister of the number one in the world. Me, Jiang, the number one younger sister in the world. There was a drawing of a little person laughing with her hands on her hips. They all say that you're so powerful. I told them that you've always been this powerful. You've won first place a long time ago. The last sentence was, "Brother, when will you come see me?" Jiang Wang received this cloud crane message on his way back to Qi. Since he opened the letter, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Speaking of which, the cloud crane message technique of the Lingxiao Pavilion was indeed mysterious. It was sent to the clouds silently. On the way, it was just an ordinary cloud. The message was only transmitted between clouds. Only when it reached the destination would it gather a wisp of cloud energy and turn it into a cloud crane and fly down. Its greatest advantage was that it was hidden. The reason why it could be transmitted for thousands of miles was that, first, the cloud energy was special. Second, there was a core array in the Lingxiao secret land that provided support for the cloud crane. Of course, limited by the user's level, the security of the cloud crane message couldn't be guaranteed. However, what Jiang Wang and Jiang Anan talked about were usually trivial matters. There was nothing confidential about it. Although the cloud crane message was very quiet, it couldn't be hidden from Chao Jie and the others. However, Jiang Wang didn't intend to hide it. In the carriage, he openly replied to the letter, already know? I didn't want to tell you. Alas, I was afraid that you would be proud. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that Tianjiao, the number one in all the countries in the world, gathered together to compete in martial arts. Then, I accidentally won first place. It's just that there's only one winner among all the inner mansion cultivators in the world in more than 10 years. It's really not a big deal. Of course, because there were cultivators from the inner mansion and top cultivators this year. I might be the most powerful one in the previous years. But so what? Jiang Anan, you have to be humble. Don't be arrogant. Although I'm already the number one in the inner mansion, the world is so vast. There are as many geniuses as there are stars. There will always be one or two inner mansion cultivators who can exchange a few moves with me. Pride invites trouble. Humility brings benefits. Remember this. When I go back at Qi, I'll come and see you. There's a surprise. Jiang Wang smiled contentedly as he rode up to this point, and then added, also, your handwriting is a bit. Have you been cultivating too hard recently? He casually folded the letter, and it flew out of the carriage window. It made a slight turn in the air and swept past the long line of carriages and horses. It gradually rose higher and higher until it reached the clouds. The heavenly Tianjiao, the Tianjig Tianjiao. Ji Tianjiao Tianjiao S Tianjiao the Tianjiao of the Ti of Tianjiao Tianjia's mount. Little White was left with the troops and was brought back to the barracks by the sky-covered army. Unless it was absolutely necessary, war horses would rarely be sent behind the gate of 10,000 demons. The war horses mentioned here were powerful war horses that had mixed with the bloodline of demonic beasts. It was very difficult for ordinary war horses to participate in the transcendent battlefield, so there was no need to mention them. Normal soldiers could form military formations and manifest supernatural powers. Ordinary steeds did not have this ability. The mounts of the world's famous cavalry troops were usually mixed with the bloodlines of demonic beasts. Some of them were even demonic beasts themselves. Those natural beast mounts were already extremely rare, and it was even more difficult to form an army. Apart from cavalry troops, very few people brought their mounts to the gate of 10,000 demons. Firstly, a war horse with the bloodline of a demonic beast could easily cause a violent reaction from the demonic beasts. Secondly, entering and exiting the gate of 10,000 demons would consume the power of the gate of 10,000 demons. Although the gate of 10,000 demons had been separated for 2 generations and was reinforced by generations of human experts, the consumption of power was negligible. However, over the long years, too many warriors had entered and exited the gate of 10,000 demons. The human race had come from difficult times, especially in a place like the gate of 10,000 demons that was soaked in the blood of countless martyrs. How could the descendants have the right to be extravagant? At this moment, Little White was walking together with Yin Zhao and Shui Yi. The three imperial treasure horses were all very ostentatious. The troops that were going to the Riverview platform were in front, and the troops that were going to watch the ceremony were at the back. Chao Jie's carriage was at the back of the troop. If something happened to such a troop that gathered too many Tianjiao and domestic nobles, the entire Linzi would be in chaos. Therefore, he naturally couldn't leave. He had to send them all the way back to Linzi for this trip to be considered a success. The people of Qi had already taken this route to and fro the Riverview platform many times, passing through what Ji, Zheng, and Yang. Of course, the current Tianjiao was already in Tianjiao. What did you talk to Anan about? Cheng Gengsheng, who was sitting opposite him, asked with a smile. This carriage that carried the nation's capital, Tianjiao, was not supposed to be boarded by others. However, Cheng Gengsheng insisted on taking a seat, and no one could stop him. Since Cheng Gengsheng had boarded, 14th Prince naturally would not be left behind. Therefore, such a spacious carriage was squeezed into a corner, and the reply was written on the wall of the carriage. Cheng Gengsheng was very well behaved and did not peek, but he could not help but be curious. If not for the fact that Jiang Wang had to return to Tianjiao as soon as possible to receive his reward after the Yellow River Gathering, he would have liked to follow Jiang Wang to the Yunshao Pavilion to see Jiang Anan. He wondered what the younger sister of a young and mature man like Jiang Wang would be like. Nothing much. I just told her to work hard and cultivate. Jiang Wang was in a good mood and smiled brightly. How can I show off in front of a child? Oh, is that so? Cheng Gengsheng replied with a half-believing, half-doubtful tone, and then smiled. This time I saw your Qiao Yanjun. Although she was wearing a veil, I couldn't see clearly. However, Su Gao said that she must be a peerless beauty, and she might not lose to Yilan. Of course, she won't lose to Yilan. Jiang Wang replied subconsciously, but he immediately became alert and said with righteous disdain, "Why are you so free? You talk about this and that behind my back every day. Can't you talk about something more serious?" He and Yi Qingyu had chatted for a while after the competition that day. After that, Yi Lingxiao appeared with a straight face and took her away, saying that he had urgent matters to attend to in the country. He thought that Li Longchuan, Su Xiangqian, and the others might not even have noticed it. He really didn't expect that they would actually talk about it in private. Cheng Gengsheng smiled, just chatting casually. We didn't talk much. In fact, the few of them had already figured out the history of the Sky Tower. It was we didn't talk much, not we didn't talk much. Mainly him, Su Xiangqian, and Li Longchuan. Yin Fu was busy whispering to Wendinglan and didn't have time to chat with him. At that time, Jishu and Zhao Wuyin went to visit their fellow disciple, Yin Wenhua. Of course, 14 listened the whole time. Jiang Wang spat. Vulgar, superficial, vulgar. Cheng Gengsheng laughed. 14 tilted his head, and his voice came out from under the helmet. When we talked about Yin Fu's marriage, you didn't say that. Jiang Wang, hey, where are we? In order to avoid further embarrassment, he opened the curtain and asked. Cheng Gengsheng looked out with a big smile and said, Ji State. From a map, there was a country in the northeast of Ji. It was a country that Jiang Wang was acquainted with. It was called Yu. The giant turtle that carried the city left a deep impression on Jiang Wang. Not far from the southeast of Ji State was the famous Green Cliff Academy, which was the place where Su Xiangqian studied. On this trip, Yin Fu and Li Longchuan followed the group back to the state of Qi. After leaving with state, Su Xiangqian followed Zhao Wuyin and Ji Shu to the west. It was said that he wanted to go to Shui State to see the snow. Zhao Wuyin had been traveling all over the world to cultivate. This time, he was very confident. He should have determined his path and said that he wanted to become a god in the extreme west. He was also a cultivator who was under 30 years old. His future was limitless. When Su Xiangqian came to the river viewing platform, he passed by the academy but didn't enter. When he left, he was confident and didn't even look back. He was indeed a good scholar from Green Cliff Academy. Is Ji State a vassal state of Jing State? Since they were talking about this, Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask. Ji state doesn't belong to Taoism. Neither does Wu state or Yu state. Cheng Gongxing knew this very well. He said casually, with Shang state in the north, it's hard for Mu state's influence to extend here. Although these small states don't belong to Taoism, it's hard for them to refuse Jing state's will. It's hard for them to stand out when their neighbors are pressuring them. After experiencing the annexation of Yang state and the struggle of Rong state, Jiang Wang had a deeper understanding of the situation of these small states. If something happens to a state like Yu state, will Jing state intervene? He asked. What kind of person was Zhong Xiansheng? He immediately reacted. You're asking about Yingguan? What exactly is he doing now? I don't know. Jiang Wang shook his head. I just thought of it, so I asked in passing. After all, I was there when Yingguan fought with Zheng Chuyang, the commander of Yu State's Monument Army. That giant turtle also left a deep impression on me. Su Xiangqian even wrote a poem. Cheng Gongxing wasn't interested in Su Xiangqian's poem. He only said, Yu State's geographical location makes it impossible for it to escape Jing State's influence. However, in terms of geographical location, it's closer to Shang State. There's a Daoist state in the south and a Daoist state in the east, but it's not a Daoist state. This in itself explains the problem. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and asked, what problem? Shang State obviously wants to exert influence on a state like Yu State. This is its will as a large state and not a knife. However, Jing State obviously won't agree. Cheng Gongxing shook his head. Forget it. You only need to know that as long as Yu State doesn't make a fuss, Jing State won't bother to look at it for at least 10 years. Oh, I see. Jiang Wang nodded and said, the road to Tao is long. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Let's not waste time on the road. Let's compare notes in the great illusionary land. Although I believe in your judgment, you don't seem to respect the world's #1 inner mansion enough. Psi 14. Cheng Gongxing tilted his head and propped up his eyes with his fat fingers. Look here. Did sand get in? 14 moved a little closer. Hey, look closer. What can you see from so far away? Jiang Wang was speechless. Jiang Wang closed his eyes silently and continued to explore the inner mansion. He had to admit that after mastering half of the single rider formation map, he was more efficient in exploring the inner mansion. There were so many joys in cultivation. With Chao Jie in charge and the magnificent great cheese carriage, the journey was naturally calm and peaceful. Especially after they entered the eastern region, the countries they passed by along the way, even if they did not eagerly welcome the imperial army, they still swept the streets and cleared the way in advance. There was also no lack of local imperial court officials who came up to greet them and congratulated them warmly. In fact, it was unknown whether they welcomed Qi's victory at the Yellow River meeting. At least on the surface, they were happy. Now, Qi probably only needed to see the happiness on the surface. Chao Jie didn't even show his face and sent a deputy general to deal with it. This kind of enthusiasm reached its peak after the return of Qi. Before entering the land of Yang and before the boundary stone that established the border, they saw a large number of flowers blooming on both sides of the road. In such a season, the flowers were blooming so brightly. It was obvious that they were caused by Taoist spells. A large group of children were gathered from an unknown school. Perhaps they were gathered from several schools. All of them were dressed brightly and held flowers in their hands. They stood neatly on the road. Behind these children were officials of various levels in Hengyang County and some white-haired old people. This was their fellow countrymen. Of course, there were many drums and gongs and fireworks. There were also 2 generals who each held up a flag. Left Shu, the Qi wins, first in the inner house. Right Shu, glory of the land of Yang, Qingyang town men. They waved in the wind and were really ostentatious. They entered Qi from the east through Hengyang County. Hengyang County Town Ambassador Huang Yixing smiled brightly as he stood at the front. At such a time, Jiang Wang obviously couldn't hide in the carriage. As a hero who returned, he had to thank the elders. To be honest, Qingyang Town in the land of Yang was his foundation in the state of Qi. Thus, it was natural for him to have a good relationship with the officials in the land of Yang. Jiang Wang opened the curtains and got off the carriage. Under the protection of the Tianfu army soldiers, he walked forward and stopped in front of Huang Yixing. He wasn't dressed like a scholar, and he didn't look down. At this moment, he was wearing the Qi official robe and looked really majestic. For one old and one young to meet under such circumstances, it was really meaningful. Back then, Huang Yixing had knelt for the common people on the Red Tail County battlefield and stopped Zhongshuan Shuliang's butcher's knife. To this day, the people of the Yang land praised him and won him the position of Hingyang County's town commissioner. Now it seemed like he wanted to complete the transition from Hingyang County town ambassador to Hingyang County governor. Jiang Wang also made contributions on the Red Tail Prefecture battlefield, which was why he entered Qi for the first time and was given the title of Qingyang Town Ambassador. He protected the peace of a region during the plague at the White Bone Path, which was also a topic that people talked about. Huang Yixing and Jiang Wang. These two names were often mentioned together in the land of Yang. As the younger side, Jiang Wang cupped his hands. I am ashamed. I just did my part on the river viewing platform. How can I let all of you down? Huang Yixing took a step forward and held Jiang Wang's hands. I am afraid that it is too simple and not enough to express everyone's feelings. You are the pride of the land of Yang. In all the countries in the world, in all the Tianjiao, only you have won the title of champion. We are really excited. He let go of Jiang Wang's hands and stepped aside. A delicate little girl came over with flowers and said crisply, "Thank you, hero of Qi. Congratulations on winning the Yellow River Gathering." Jiang Wang took the flowers and smiled gently. I also thank you for giving me such beautiful flowers. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Let's go back quickly. We won't be able to make it in time for dinner. Then, he looked behind the group of children. The officials of Hingyang County all smiled brightly and said all kinds of flattering words. Those white-haired old men were also trembling and laughing, saying things like, "You have great prospects, light of the sun," and so on. Elders, please go back. Jiang Wang bowed deeply to the elders. Jiang Wang really can't accept this. Not to mention the children. How long have these elders been in the land of Qi? They have spent most of their lives as young people. How could they really be happy for Jiang Wang? Pulling these elders to congratulate him, a Qianjiao who made a name for himself on the battlefield of Qiyang. Although it wasn't to the extent of being forced, it was still a bit cruel. Marshal Chow? Huang Yixing passed by Jiang Wang and hurriedly took 2 steps forward to welcome him. Even if Jiang Wang had a future, that was a matter of the future. There was no need for Huang Yixing to welcome him like this. Today's attitude was for Qi Ting to see. This attentiveness was also for Chao Jia. At first, he didn't dare to rashly disturb him. Now that the main character got off the carriage, how could he not welcome him? Congratulations, Marshal. Congratulations, Marshal. You led the team to the Yellow River Gathering and won the title of champion after the Qi's consolidation. Your contribution will last for 1,000 years. Chao Jia smiled warmly and glanced behind him. Tell these children to go back. It's getting late. We still have to rush back to Linzi. Of course. We don't dare to delay this important matter. Huang Yixing waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to separate the people to the 2 sides and clear a path. At the same time, he eagerly added, when these children heard that we won the title, they were all overjoyed. They all volunteered to welcome the heroes. A prettier little girl came over with flowers in her hands. It seemed like she also wanted to present a bouquet of flowers to Chao Jia. Chao Jia was about to turn around, but now he stopped and looked at Huang Yixing. He said calmly, I said to tell them to go back first because I want you to quickly send these children home and not let them stand here and wait. The boys and girls of Qi must study and cultivate. In the future, they will hold up this world. They shouldn't learn to applaud and present flowers to others at such a young age. Chao Jia rarely lost his temper, so when he did, he was especially scary. Although his voice wasn't loud, every word was so heavy that it knocked on people's hearts and made them tremble. The land of Yang is already the land of Qi, and the people of Yang are already the people of Qi. You old Yang bureaucrats need to change your habits. Chapter 1184. Who was Chao Jia? He was the commander of the Qi 9 Soldiers Spring Army. He was listed in the Qi Army Hall and was only below Jiang Mengxiong. He was one of the core figures of the military and was definitely one of the higher-ups of the Qi Army. In a sense, his attitude could represent the attitude of the military. In Chao Jia's words were too harsh. It was as if he was pointing at Huang Yixing's nose and scolding him for being petty and for not being able to change his old habits. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was enough to silence the entire place. Huang Yixing's face was ashen, and he couldn't say anything. The other Hingyang County officials all stared at the shoes as if their minds were elsewhere. The gongs and drums stopped, and the fireworks didn't dare to continue. Only the little girl who gave Chao Jia the flowers didn't quite understand what the adults were talking about, although she felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She only remembered the order she received and walked to the front and said timidly, "Commander, I'm here to give you flowers." After all, she forgot to say a congratulatory speech. Her mouth twitched, and she was about to cry. Chao Jia took the flowers and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, "Thank you." The little girl finished her task and smiled again. Chao Jia looked at Huang Yixing. There was no anger on his face. Send the children back. The Imperial Ancestral Temple needs an auspicious time to present the gifts. We won't stay in Hingyang County. Huang Yixing seemed to have woken up from a dream. Okay. This time he learned his lesson. He turned around and said, "Invite the children and the elderly onto the carriage and send them home first." The people below started to get busy. The Tianjia army followed the orders and didn't move. The Kingdom of Qi's entourage didn't dare to provoke them either, so they stayed in their carriages and didn't move. They waited until the carriages carrying the children and elderly left before they started to move. This time, only the Hingyang County officials, led by Huang Yixing, stood on both sides of the road and respectfully sent them off. Jiang Wang, who returned to the carriage, didn't have any expression on his face. He already knew what Huang Yixing was like. After today, he didn't care what would happen to Huang Yixing in the future. Early on in the Red Tail County battlefield, Chongxian Chu Liang's evaluation of Huang Yixing was only 4 words: betraying the country for the sake of fame. At that time, Huang Yixing wanted a name, and Chongxian Chu Liang wanted stability, so he gave Huang Yixing a name. He didn't even care about making himself more infamous. He allowed people to spread rumors that Xiong Tu wanted to kill all the people of the Yangland. It was Huang Yixin who made the people kneel and block the butcher's knife. In fact, how could Huang Yixing stop Chongxian and Chu Liang? Even if he had to roll on the ground for the sake of the common people, slapping his own face for the sake of the common people, slapping himself in the face and beating himself to death, he wouldn't even frown. It was Xiong Tu who returned his saber to its sheath. But now, the land of Yang has been set. The people of Yang have all returned to their hearts. Huang Yixing's value is getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps it was because he himself was clear on this point, that he was anxious to confirm his identity as the governor of Hingyang County as soon as possible. He was afraid that at the last moment, he would be taken away. At least in the position of the governor of Hingyang County, he wouldn't be so easily moved. Chao Ju was angry because he was in charge of a region, but he urged a child to do some flattery. He tolerated it once, but he couldn't tolerate it a second time. However, this showed the attitude of the military hall towards this person. Although Ji Cheng, who died in his country, created a lot of resistance for Qi, he gained more respect from the soldiers of Qi. Jiang Wang pitied those old people who lost their country and couldn't regain a sense of belonging. However, he didn't have a good impression of Huang Yixing, who was also an old man of Hingyang. Yung Genzuan didn't even get out of the car. After all, the people of Hingyang County warmly welcomed him, not him, who only got second place. The carriages drove away, and the flag representing Qi gradually disappeared from sight. Huang Yixing's head which was almost lowered to his knees, slowly lifted up. Jiang Wang respects the old. Chao Ju respects the young. He put on a fake smile and gritted his teeth. Tianjiao of the country, the famous generals of the country, are the backbone of Qi. Only I, Huang Yixing, am a slave. I'm not a human. Sir, his confidant tried to persuade him. Huang Yixing glared at him. What, I can't say it. He lost control. I can't even scold myself. No one said anything. The carriages continued to move forward through Hingyang County. Rizhao County's provost, Tianan Tai, was also waiting by the roadside. However, there were only 2 attendants beside him. He didn't even block the way. He only said a few congratulatory words. Jiang Wang and Yunganzuan both came out to thank him. Interestingly, one of the attendants accompanying Tianan Tai was the current mayor of Qingyang County, Du Gashao. It could be seen that Tianan Tai wasn't an ignorant and incompetent person. Ever since he took office, his governance of Rizhao County was obvious to all. He wasn't worse than anyone else. In fact, he was the one with the best development among the 3 counties. Perhaps it was because he was Tian Anping's brother that people placed too many hopes on him that shouldn't be placed on him. Thus, he seemed mediocre. Chao Jie's attitude towards this son of the Tian family was very kind. He even got off the carriage to say a few words to him. Today, Qingyang County was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was reasonable for Feng Zhu to win the Hetai competition. Chao Jie also jokingly asked if they wanted to rest in Qingyang County. Jiang Wang hurriedly refused. There were priorities, and it was important to know one's own limits. Many people were ruined because they didn't know it. Among the 3 counties in Yangdi, Gao Shaoling's Redtail County wasn't on the way back to the country. He only asked someone to send a congratulatory letter, which was delivered halfway. He had a good sense of propriety. Of course, Jinghai's Gao family was seen as a nouveau riche by many. However, Gao Shaoling was the most talented person in Jinghai. He couldn't be too bad. In fact, after the convoy left Yangdi, Jiang Wang slowly felt the difference. Although Yangdi had already been naturalized, it was now Qi's territory. After all, so many years of history couldn't be completely erased. It was still very different from the Qi of the past. Dingyao, Yangshan, Fengxian, Attractalodes, Baolong. Along the way, the people of Qi enthusiastically crowded the roadside, cheering and jumping. There was only joy and no timidity or fear. The local soldiers were on both sides of the road to maintain order. No one stopped the convoy. The local officials only sent 1 or 2 representatives to congratulate them. The local governor's congratulatory letter was directly sent to Linzi. There was no need to flatter them. Whether a country was strong or not only depended on its people's confidence. The people of Yangdi needed more time to develop the true temperament of the people of Qi. It wasn't their fault. Only when the country was like this could the people be like this. Of course, if it was always under the rule of people like Huang Yixing, it might be difficult to change the atmosphere. Jiang Wang suddenly thought, was this the reason why a good-tempered person like Chao Jie suddenly got angry? Changing the customs wasn't something that could be done in 2 or 3 days. Another thing that was worth mentioning was many women of Qi courageously expressed their affection for the Tianjiao, who had returned with great honor. They threw flowers and fruits along the way enthusiastically and generously. They also boldly threw sachets and scarves onto the carriage. After all, it was an elegant matter. The soldiers who maintained order wouldn't stop them. Yung Gunzuan, who only came in second, drove a better carriage than Jiang Wang, who came in first. Cheng Gongsheng and Shi Si had already gotten off the carriage after the convoy entered Qi and returned to the carriage of the spectators. Therefore, there wasn't any other factor that affected it. It must be because the people of Qi were too kind. They were generous to the losers. Chapter 1185. When the 300-mile Linzi city appeared in their vision, the entire team was solemn. The Rain Beheading Army, who was on duty in the capital, came out of the city to welcome them. This was naturally a very high level of respect. The 9 soldiers of the Qi were the elites of the world. The valiant soldiers lined up here. Their swords and spears were as tall as a forest. "This is the gift of a triumphant return," Yung Gunzuin said. Jiang Wang nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, they were riding on tall horses. The two of them rode side by side. A team of Tianfu army soldiers led the way in front, while a team of soldiers protected them from behind. The accompanying spectators had already dispersed before they got close to Linzi City. They could not travel together with the expedition team at this moment. The official road was sprinkled with scattered petals. The fiery red Yin Zhao stepped on it like a burning flower. Shui Yi, on the other hand, was like a cloud floating on a flower. The rain-beheading army soldiers stood on both sides of the official road with swords and spears in their hands. Their expressions were serious. Jiang Wang and Yung Gunzuin walked on this path of swords, spears, and flowers. This was the path of glory for soldiers. This was the respect from their fellow soldiers. On the river viewing platform, the flag was raised. It was a hearty victory. Many years of depression were swept away. For this title, many people fought to the death. For this title, many people died with their eyes wide open. The personal disciple of the Qi's god of war died behind the Thousand Demons sect because he could not accept the title. Many people fought hard for this title. Qi had to have a status that matched the strength of the country. They had to have the glory that matched their status. They had to let the world see and know that Qi was without a doubt an overlord country. They were one of the greatest and most powerful empires in the world. The Ziwei Zhongtian imperial flag fluttered on the ancient Riverview platform, standing side by side with those great empires in history. It was this year. Generals died in 100 battles, and warriors returned after 10 years. It was all for this moment. The expedition team walked on this long and solemn road without any sound. Finally, they arrived at the magnificent Linzi City. When they left and returned, they were at the ceremony gate. There was ceremony, and there was ceremony. Yin Zhao and Shui Yi stepped through the huge city gate. It was as if they had entered a noisy world. The people of Linzi, who had been waiting on both sides of the street for a long time, cheered in unison. Might, might, might. Everyone's faces were flushed red, and they were in high spirits. The soldiers who maintained order did not seem to be reliable in the surging waves of people. They seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Riding on a tall horse, Jiang Wang, dressed in a green robe and carrying a sword, looked around and saw a dense crowd as far as his eyes could see. Countless people stood on their tiptoes to look at him. Every face was cheering for him. They were all crazy for him. Along the way, he was warmly welcomed by the Qi people. And now, this great country had completely opened its arms to him. Jiang Wang, Jiang Wang, Jiang Wang. Cheers shook the heavens. He was the one who took back the title for Qi. He was the one who defeated Tianjiao's strong enemies one by one and planted the flag of the Qi on the Riverview platform. One sound led to thousands of sounds, and thousands of sounds converged into one sound. The sound stopped the birds and the flowing clouds. It was like a tide. All of Linzi was shouting his name. Wherever Jiang Wang looked, there would be earth-shattering cheers. At this moment, even the peerless Yung Gunzuin was somewhat gloomy beside him. There were 2 champions in the Yellow River meeting, and Jiang Wang was one of them. At this moment, he did not even dare to activate his immortal voice. Under such circumstances, his immortal voice could not process so much information. Everyone was shouting. Everyone was expressing their feelings. The people were almost fanatical. The expedition team walked along the main road, walking forward amidst the cheers of the people on both sides. The people shouted the names of the heroes and the empire of the Qi. Many people shouted until their throats were hoarse. There was a white-haired old man who was held up high by 2 young people. They were probably his descendants. The old man was holding his head high in the air. He raised his right fist and shouted at him with all his might. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be about to split open. He was wearing a military uniform that had been washed white. His voice was mixed in the tide of people's voices, and it was difficult to hear him clearly. But his flushed and tearful expression left a deep impression on people. On his left arm was an empty sleeve. This sleeve was like a flag, fluttering in the wind. Jiang Wang did not know his story, nor did he know what this old soldier, who should have been retired, had experienced. Had he once charged on the battlefield of Qi Xia? Had he once ridden a horse onto Qi's journey to dominate the eastern region? Jiang Wang did not know anything about this. All he could see was an old soldier who had survived the passage of time at this very moment. However, he was shocked by this scene. He fell into a deep shock. What was a country? A family of thousands. He went to the Yellow River meeting to obtain a more stable and secure life in Qi. He wanted to protect his sister better. He wanted to make a name for himself in the world. He wanted to see where he had gone. He wanted to test his abilities. He also wanted to compete with Yung Genzuan and help Cheng Sheng share the pressure. There were too many reasons, and most of them were based on himself. It was not until Chao Jiem mentioned the Gate of Demons that he thought about whether he should do more for Qi's honor. He had always lacked a sense of belonging. If it were not for his close friends like Cheng Sheng, Qi would be no different from other countries. Even if he had a title, a position, and a fief here, he could go wherever it was more suitable for development. His dreams when he was young had long been buried together with Maplewood City. The hometown that gave birth to him and raised him was abandoned without hesitation. His meaning to country was actually vague. However, at this moment, when he looked at this one-armed old soldier who was unable to control himself, he seemed to feel that there was indeed some kind of connection between him and this country for the first time. Gift from Imperial Temple. The ritual officer's voice was raised high and spread widely under the effect of the Taoist spell. In a solemn atmosphere, the expedition continued to move forward and forward. They moved forward in the great Linzi city. The entire city was boiling. They left Linzi with their heads held high that day, and now they were returning in triumph. If someone looked down from the sky, they would see a sea of people rolling in from the ceremony gate in the west of the city all the way to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the Imperial City. The expedition team to the Riverview platform was winding in the sea of people. There would be times when the wind and waves would break. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered that when he came to Linzi for the first time, he was also shocked by the majestic city. He was also moved by the sea of people, which enhanced the sort of the vast sea of people at that time. At that time, he traveled thousands of miles and comprehended the sort of the vast sea of people, the sort of mountains and rivers, and the sort of the sun, moon, and stars. Of course, from his current perspective, there are many shortcomings. The three swords of heaven, earth, and man only had the appearance but were dry on the inside. Therefore, he later put aside these three swords that were too big and used the sword of the vast sea of people as the foundation to develop the sword of human Tao. He broke away from the vast sea of people and explored every drop of it. Combining his experiences and thoughts, he finally evolved the sword of an old general past his prime, the sword of famous scholar in despair, the sword of involuntary action, the sword of the young man frivolous, and the sword of lovesickness. Finally, on the Riverview platform, under the state of a sword immortal, he integrated all the sword of human Tao and created the sword of human. From the beginning to the present, it formed a wonderful cycle. At this moment, when he saw this sea of people again, he felt as if he was in a trance, which imprinted his heart and enriched this sword. The word human represented all living beings in all forms. This sword could be explored with a lifetime, and it might not be exhausted in a lifetime. The group stopped in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Jiang Wang and Yung Genzuan also jumped off their horses. Naturally, no one dared to step on the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The soldiers of the Tianfu army who had escorted them along the way could only stop here. Chao Jie led Jiang Wang and Yung Genzuan forward. On the solemn square of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the three of them walked slowly. At this moment, the sun was hanging high in the sky, and their shadows were elongated on the square. The Emperor of Dachi was still sitting behind the High Emperor of Dan. The various princes and princesses were also sitting in front of him. On the high platforms on both sides, there were still civil and military officials, randomly selected commoners, and centenarians with good fortune and longevity. Everything was the same as the day of the ceremony of the master. Everything was already different. That day, the oath was taken. Today, the triumphant return. Chapter 1186. G City. This square, and orderly city had been standing in the Daizei County for many years. It was said that it was not like this in the past. Although it was still orderly, it was not as strict as now. It was as if every detail had to be symmetrical. However, not many people knew how it was like in the past. The subtle changes in a city were difficult to be noticed by the people who were in the middle of it. People would slowly accept it and get used to it. As for outsiders, other than when the Qixing Tower was open, there were not many outsiders who came to G City. Among all the top families in Qi, the Tian family was the most closed off. Why? People were very clear. Meanwhile, ever since that existence whose name everyone wanted to hide moved into Fu by building, the discussions about this city and Fu by building became fewer and fewer. What was wrong with discussing? Even if you want to die, you don't have to be crazy. If you just want to die, you can choose a more comfortable way to die. The head of the Tian family, Marquis Gaochang, Tian Shili, was attending the ceremony in Linzi. The other powerful warrior in the family, Tian Huanwen, was overseeing the situation overseas. However, the entire G City continued to operate peacefully and monotonously. There were no disturbances at all. That was because that person hated disturbances. Apart from political wisdom and political talent, the officials in G City only needed to know two things. First, it was best not to cause trouble for that person. Second, it was best not to cause trouble. That was because that person solved problems in a very simple way. It was so simple that no one had a chance to make up for it, let alone regret it. The weather was good today. Because of the grand ceremony in Linzi, the weather in the entire kingdom of Qi today would not be bad. His name is Tian Kaiyan, Tian Su Kaiyan. This was a famous saying in the history of cultivation. There were a few legendary sages who said it, but no one knew who said it. However, the art of changing heavenly phenomena became simple from then on. Of course, simple was only a relative concept. However, to a powerful country like Qi, it was simple whether it was simple or not. At this moment, there were no clouds in the sky, and the sun shone on the city. A person of average height wearing a cloak walked over from the main road and entered the city through the open city gate. His pace was calm, neither fast nor slow. The city guard, Tian Sifu, yawned lazily. The sleepiness of the end of summer lingered on his eyelids. In the Great Swamp County, no one dared to find trouble with the Tian family. And in Jiqing, the Tian clan did not have any problems. Thus, the job of guarding the city was truly boring. But this young woke him up abruptly. He quickly adjusted his posture and stood still without looking sideways. Damn it, I've let my guard down, he thought uneasily. No matter how boring it was, there were rules to defend a city. Even City was a city that was very particular about rules. Regarding the rules of this city, the people had already learned about them many times and were very familiar with them. There was no need, and he did not want to be reminded again. The man in the cloak didn't care about the mood of the guards. He followed the procession into the city. After entering the city, he stood on the street and looked around. People hurried along the street. Occasionally, someone saw him, but they only glanced at him curiously. The people of Jiqing seemed to be exceptionally busy, so busy that they couldn't tolerate curiosity. On both sides of the street were almost identical houses. The eaves, doors, windows, and all the patterns were simply mirror images. Even the signboards of each shop were of the same standard. Only the people in the shops were different, but they were all wearing clothes of a similar style. It seemed that in Jiqing, people from all walks of life had a fixed style of dress. This was really a strict city. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't stand in the middle of the road. At the city gate, a guard berated. Tian Sifu did not look sideways. Maintaining order was the duty of a guard. He was also used to this. Looking forward from here, the entire street had a strange sense of order. There seemed to be an invisible line in the middle of the street, dividing the crowd on the street into two halves. The people who came and went were clearly separated, and the man in the cloak happened to be standing on that invisible line, which was somewhat abrupt and eye-catching. "Oh, okay. I'm sorry." The man in the cloak apologized obediently. This was a somewhat vicissitude male voice. The apology was very sincere, but he did not really move aside. His feet seemed to be nailed, motionless, still standing in the middle of the road. He looked around and sighed to himself. This place is different from before. I say, what's wrong with you? Can't you understand when I'm talking to you properly? The guard who chased him away was angry. He walked over with a knife and said sternly, "Do you want to die?" The cloaked man did not turn his head and press down with his hand. The air gathered into a huge translucent palm and fell from the sky, crushing the guard on the spot. Ah! Screams sounded everywhere, and the hurried crowd dispersed. The guards guarding the city immediately unsheathed their knives, and someone went to beat the drum. And this person was still standing in the middle of the road, as if he was indifferent to all this. There's always someone to talk to. There's always someone to talk to. He shook his head and said, "It's you surnamed Tian people who don't understand." Tian Sifu, who pulled out the standard long knife, his hand were trembling. He shouted in a mess, but his feet did not take half a step forward. Everyone could see that this cloaked man was not someone they could deal with. He did not know why. But at this moment, outside of danger, he inexplicably thought that the guard who was killed just now was not surnamed Tian. He was surnamed Tian. Of course, his surname was not that good. Otherwise, he would not be guarding the city gate here. However, his legs became even weaker. The person who killed the guard was on the street that connected to the city gate. He took off his cloak and threw it to the side. Whoosh! The cloak, which was made of ordinary material, flew into the distance with a whistling sound. The sound suddenly became intense, and it flew straight into a shop, creating a smooth hole in the entire building. After the cloak was taken off, his middle-aged face with stubble was revealed. This person stood on the long street and shouted loudly, "We've been friends for many years, and it's been a long time since we last met. Liu Xiao from the Ryu clan of Fufeng is here to visit." Who's in the Tian family? Liu Xiao, the only immortal arrival realm master of the Ryu clan of Fufeng. Back then, he personally led people to kill Tian Onping in Changming County. However, Tian Onping broke through in the middle of the battle and failed to succeed. He was the enemy of the Tian family of Dezhe. On the day that Tian Huanwen and Tian Shili were not here, in July, when Tian Onping's 10-year sentence was about to end, he came to visit. He asked who was in the Tian family, but he thought that he did not need to see anyone else. His voice rumbled and covered the entire city. Under Tian Sifu's horrified gaze, Liu Xiao jumped up and flew over the chaotic crowd. He drew a sharp arc in the air and headed straight for the Fubai Tower in the center of the city. Linzi, in the square in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Everyone looked solemn. The ceremonial official held the imperial edict and announced loudly in front of the Dan Emperor, "Today, there's a person from the Chongqing clan who is outstanding and fighting for the country. He will show his might at the Riverview platform and let the world know that Deqi is a hero. He will be bestowed with 100 vitality stones and a peerless grade yellow-grade Taoist technique. Try your best to act according to your heart. Don't forget your ambition and always cherish your virtue. Here is the imperial edict." Yung Genzuan, who was wearing a snow-white robe, bowed to show his gratitude. His bearing was still impeccable. The reward was not light, but it was not heavy for Yung Genzuan. However, everyone knew that it was not like he had never won second place in the Yellow River Gathering, so there was no need for such a grand ceremony. For Zhong Xianzun to be able to receive this reward, it was more or less because of his victory. But then again, the words "outstanding" were read on the imperial edict. It was enough to show the expectations that Emperor Qi had for him. It was a confirmation of the so-called taking away the glory of one's peers that had been circulating among the people. As for the other rewards, they weren't that important. As for this elegant white-robed, noble young master, there was still a faint smile on his face. There was no arrogance or humility. Young Gunzuin, who was willing to be a supporting character, was enough to show his unparalleled confidence. Even though he knew that today was Jiang Wang's home ground, he had no intention of avoiding the spotlight. Even if he left early and found a random reason to go into seclusion, no one would say anything about him. After all, his performance on the Riverview platform was obvious to all. Everyone also knew how proud he was. However, he still participated in this ceremony as usual and walked together with Jiang Wang, who was destined to be the most dazzling person today. He watched Jiang Wang's glory from the sidelines. There was no need for words to express his arrogance. There were some people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, but their contempt was also scattered behind his fluttering white robe. Winning first place in the Yellow River Gathering was undoubtedly a supreme honor. However, such a title was not enough to suppress young Gunzuin. Jiang Qingyang was indeed dazzling, so why should he avoid the spotlight? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.